Good evening. I'm Jacqueline Sustaita, President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This board workshop is being conducted in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Notice that this workshop has been posted online for at least 72 hours. A recording of this workshop is being made and will be available at a later date and is also on YouTube Live right now. The time is now 5:22 p.m. and I'll call this workshop to order. I'll now begin the roll call. Dr. Rodriguez? Trustee Cuellar? Trustee Castillo? Here. Trustee Nieto? Present. Trustee Trevino and Trustee De Los Santos are not here, but a quorum is not required for a board workshop. So we'll move on to public comments. Do we have any?
There are none
Okay.
for the workshop.
For the workshop? Thank you. And then we'll move on to item number 3, which is the Weslaco Independent School District 24-25 Budget Workshop number 3.
Thank you so much. So as we think about, we're talking about the third budget workshop, I'm so excited to see so many people here for my budget workshop, but I think they may be here for the regular board meeting. Yeah. So I'm going to try to keep it nice, short, but very concise on what is happening with our budget. So if you see the news or read the newspapers, you're seeing a lot of doom, gloom type of comments. And so some of them are just right around the corner. Brownsville ISD, they're saying, hey, we're going to implement budget cuts. McAllen ISD, they're talking about cutting conference periods or planning periods. The next slide, we have La Jolla talking about considering layoffs. But these are just the ones that are local. When we start thinking about if these comments are being said about the big districts, we even see some from Houston ISD where, again, pink slips are being talked about on how to balance the budget. So as we kind of go through this whole process of budgeting for next year, those were concerns that the district did have to contemplate on how to not be in those type of situations. And so a lot of districts also had effectively and really used their ESSER funds. What the hope was to build up your fund balance so when that ESSER cliff happens in just a few more months, that we would be able to use our regular funding, state, federal, but also use fund balance to ease into life without ESSER monies. So what are some of the other things that we have to worry about? And so we always try to figure out how to earn the most revenue that we can as a school district so that we can make the big expenditures of paying payroll costs, paying for all the different utilities, the improvements throughout the campuses and departments. But there is some items that are still either we're making an assumption or things that we're having to wait on the state legislature. So one of the key items is how much the school earns for every child who comes to school. That dollar amount has not changed since 2019. So for every child that we teach, $6,160 is what we say for the basic allotment. Now, on average, we do have special kids. They're part of the GT program. They're part of the state comp program. When you add in all those other programs, on average, and this is just for budgeting purposes, we get about $8,500, more or less, per child. So when we budget for next year, that is the initial dollar amount that we use if a child comes every single day. But when a child is absent, well, then that's when we get less funding. And so one of the biggest items that happened a year ago was how the school, and I say school, I'm talking all schools in the state of Texas, on how we were going to get funded for next year. And because of what was happening in Austin, those plans of using new dollars were put on hold. So you would hear comments about voucher system or something related to that, kind of saying if the voucher system is not approved, well, then there's no new dollars. And that's what kind of been put on hold. And so even though there was $4 billion new to the districts all across the state, that money is staying in Austin right now. And so this November, again, there's a new election for our state reps or our state senators that could play a big role when the next time they actually meet to decide what to do for the following budget. And so if things happen, we see that in January 2025, with the hope that maybe some of that money will be allocated to the districts. But I'm kind of not going to hold my breath. We're thinking sometime in June of 25. That may be the earliest we may see something. But even the federal government is changing on the rules on how our funding is. And so when we talk about SHARs, it is the services that we provide as a school district that we get reimbursed through the Medicaid program. And so all the hard work that's being done in special ed, we do get some reimbursement back. But we are seeing that those numbers are shrinking each and every year. And so, again, those are some of the issues or challenges that we kind of face as a district as we budget for next school year. But again, we just go forward and still try to do our best. So for next year, again, just to kind of go on a high level, there is 3 types of revenue: local revenues, state revenues, and federal. So local revenues, the 2 major pieces is what we get from our property taxes and also what monies we earn on our investments. And so we do plan to earn a little bit more. So from 28 million, we're thinking about it's going to be about 31. The state revenues, again, we just kind of talked about that a little bit, but we're showing or saying that with 500 additional kids budget-wise increase for next school year, we are seeing that we're hoping to get that $3 to $4 million more added to the budget. Our federal programs or our federal revenues for next school year, in my head, it's really 2 items: our food service program and the money that we get for administering the federal grants, and we call that indirect cost. And so again, if everything kind of stays the same, we anticipate about the same amount, which is 17 million. So overall, for the local budget, we're seeing that next year we should see about anywhere from $6 to $7 million increase. So we're talking about 190 million. When you add in our debt service fund, that's what's getting us to our $200 million mark. And so for slide 6, one of the things that, again, one of the big areas of funding that we get is our property taxes. But to kind of give you different years to kind of have something for comparison, so I'm showing the past 4 fiscal years and what is happening for this year. So again, way back when, our audit year-end time period was August 31st. But in 2023, we did change that up to a June 30th. So that's why we kind of have that first column. But the next columns talk about what is our tax rate. And so the tax rate in my head is 2 items. The general fund, another way of thinking of it, it's maintenance and operations. Some people think of it as M and O. The other part of our tax rate is our interest in sinking, or the debt service fund. Or in my head, again, is what the tax rate would be to pay our bonds. And so, again, we've been one of the lowest here in Hidalgo County. And so as tax rates get compressed or just different items are happening on our debt, again, we do see that change over the years on our tax rate. And so right now, the 2024 tax rate you should see on your tax statements of last year, 0.9464. Or another way of thinking of it, 94 pennies for every $100 of tax value. So if I were to add up all the properties here in Weslaco ISD for this year, we levied or we charged 29.9, practically $30 million worth of property taxes. Now, there is the work of our Hidalgo County Tax Office and the work of our delinquent attorneys who reach out to those who didn't pay their taxes on time to try to collect. And so between those two entities collecting on our behalf, last year for 2023, of the original tax levy, which in my head is the current tax levy of $28.4 million, the county was able to collect 94.65%. But by the time the end of the school year reached us, the delinquent attorneys, or also our Cameron County Hidalgo office, tax office, was able to collect another 5.5-ish or 4.5-ish to get us to 99.1% or 0.01% of total tax collections. So total in my head, again, is the current and delinquent taxes. So it is our responsibility as a school district to collect 100% each and every year. Sometimes we collect way more of prior year taxes, or there's also changes in the current year, for instance, rollback taxes. So whenever that occurs, we sometimes see, like in 2022, we collected 100% or more. And so, again, those are very rare, but those are good numbers to see from our two entities on collecting taxes on our behalf. And just to kind of just give us a quick little side note, for our current year and the past 4 years, again, just for our purposes, the delinquent attorney has been Purdue and Brandon. So we talked about revenue. Now the big deal is how to spend that $190 or $200 million worth of revenue that we get for the year. Now, the biggest cost for a school district is always going to be payroll cost. We spend anywhere from 75 to 77% of every single dollar on payroll cost. And so, again, we monitor it. We ensure that we try to stay within the ratios. And so that way, any money that we could squeeze out of that could be turned into pay increases. Usually that's our biggest goal for the new budget. For the majority of our departments, we are managing to keep the same dollar amount from one year to the next. Now, there is some tweaks here and there. We try to keep those minimal, but the whole intent is to try to stay with the same budget. Now, one of the biggest cost changes from one year to the next is how our state or federal grants happen. So the biggest one that has been kind of going on for the past 3 years has been our ESSER, which is related to COVID. And those costs, those funds are ending soon. And so by October 1st, we want to be able to live life without ESSER. And so those costs have already been either moved to different funding sources or they may get absorbed by the general fund. But the hope is that, in a sense, you shouldn't be able to see major changes in those areas. Kids are still going to get educated, and we're always going to be trying to improve our facilities. So one of the big things that's related to payroll cost is our health insurance. So we are a self-funded health insurance plan, or we have a self insurance. And so what that means is that we are the main trustee for that. We collect money from the district, we collect money from our employees, we build up a fund, and as the bills come in, we pay from that fund. That's just a very basic definition of a self-insurance health fund. But we are seeing across the nation that health costs are increasing. And that should not be a surprise. We have been seeing anywhere from 8 to 10% for the past couple of years. And so we're finally at that point that the $20 million that we get more or less on average for our health insurance fund will be not sufficient for next fiscal year. And so one of the ways to go about it without necessarily changing too much of the actual plan itself is to raise premiums. And so the district is going to take the brunt of that and go from $640 per month, we're going to increase it $51. So that for every employee that's within, or I guess like a full-time employee, the district will be chipping in per month that big $691. For our employees, we are seeing an increase also. In other words, we are both going to go in there, chip in the same percentage. And for example, our employee only, which is about 70 to 80% of our staff, currently they pay $28.76 per month. We are seeing a $2.30 increase. So for next fiscal year, and when I say fiscal year, I call it plan year. They have a different plan. So they start September 1. So for them, the majority of our staff will see that fee go from $28 to $31. And so, again, everyone chips in, and that we will have a strong fund balance for our health fund, and that way we could just continue focusing on education, knowing that our benefits are sufficient to cover any unexpected cost that comes up. So the last thing, just want to kind of get you up to speed on 2 bond items that happened last month. So on Friday, April 19, was a big day in our business office because we had to make a cash defeasance payment. All that really means is that the district made an extra payment to the principal and interest of our bonds. By making this extra payment, in addition to what is currently being collected and paid for, in a sense, is to reduce the interest cost of the district. And so we paid 3 bonds, and by doing this, paying a little bit extra, the district is going to save on the net present value $259,000 over the life of that plan. And so the hope is by doing these extra payments to the bonds, the tax rate should be slightly lower in the future because now we're going to save. And so again, we always rely on our financial advisors to kind of just check the numbers to make sure that we're going to hit those major savings for the district. And so the other big one is the new bond. So back on November 7, the district citizens had voted yes for the bond, $160 million. The process for the district is that we do get our own credit rating. And so even though we are backed by the state of Texas, who has the perfect AAA rating, the district also does their own credit rating check. And so for S&P, we have an A+, and for Fitch, we have a AAA. And so those are some of the when you see A, we know that we're in the right spot. And so when those bonds get priced, what we look for is what is the true cost of interest that those bonds are tied to. And so Estrada and Hosa did some calculations, 4.1942. And so by moving the selling date from May 7, because earlier we were saying May 1st, but then that's the same time that the Jerome Powell and the Fed meet. We didn't want to have that whole confusion of what is the interest rate based on what's happening at the federal level. So by moving it a few days, we actually saw a benefit to the district. Instead of getting priced at 4.25% of an interest rate, we saved 6 basis points, or 0.06%. And so again, the news just gets better, 160 million, and now even at a lower interest rate that just by having it done on May 7th. And so just one extra little side note, the money comes in May 30th, and then we'll be investing that, adding more interest to do more projects, but the idea is to, again, accomplish all the different bond projects that are in the pipeline and also ready for phase 2. And so for the last slide is we have budget workshop number 4. Again, it's on the agenda to select a date. On June 25th, we adopt the budget with your approval, but we will have a public hearing on that date just to kind of share all the great numbers of the budget. More likely, we're not going to approve the tax rate on that day. We will wait until we get the final numbers from our appraisal district. And so that is anticipated for the following regular board meeting on August 20th. So we still have a lot of talk about the budget, but we will break it apart.
All right.
There we
Thank
go.
you, Mr. Robledo. Do you guys have any questions or comments?
No, I'd just like to say that we've talked about this through past meetings. This has been the discussion that we've had since 2021. I know that administration and the people that have been here through all these last few years have known that we've discussed this over and over again, and I wanted to commend, my fellow trustees, the superintendent, especially the administration as well, because back in 2021, we talked about the financial cliff. We talked about the fact that TA put out videos and warned everyone about the financial cliff and said that the best option you can do is to supplant your current staff with the federal funds, and then you save your local tax dollars and put them in the savings. And that's why you saw that Weslaco ISD for 2009 to 2019 had a general fund that was hovering around 39 to 41 million. It would fluctuate as extra costs came up. If you look at it recently, we at one point, it had passed over the $70 million mark recently.
Yeah.
And that's in the span of just 4 years. I said, and then the administration, the reason I commend them and all the staff and the departments is because back then we were operating with staff that was at 16,500. So we had staff to serve 16,500 students, but we were only getting an ADA of 15,000. So we were short every year at 1,500, so we had to downsize. And the mentality was, and the whole board and the administration at the time, the superintendents, they changed their focus to return on investment. Every single dollar we spend, how is that going to impact students? And if it's not, then why are we paying for it? And slowly we started to close positions as people left and people took on more additional duties. The campuses did as well. I said, and they started to deviate and they became like what I like to call like light, precise, and efficient, And so LPE, and that was really, really good. And then, so all these steps in these 3 years of working together, being focused and really looking at this exact moment has kind of led to this situation. Dr. Rivera came in as well, too. We had, I'll call it a slight hiccup, not too long ago, and we had a different direction on as far as how budgets and money should be spent. But that was easily corrected when he came in and stuff like that. We got right back on track and restructured to where we're effective and operating at an effective level. And we were prepared for these things as far as even the Homestead Act. That's going to lower income. That's going to lower taxes because people are going to have a drop in their tax rate, but the schools lose funds, but we prepared for that. Mm-hmm. And we're consistently preparing. And now with this bond, not only are we going to fix schools and take care of items for 20 to 30 years, but we're also, like you said, generating them in an account that's going to generate interest at a high rate. Mm-hmm. So there's just a lot of great things going on. It's sad that other districts are going through what you're going. Yeah. And we've talked about this and we told the public and we told our staff, right now you kind of don't see the situation and you don't see kind of how we're kind of completely different from everyone else in the region, the majority in the region. And you saw on CNN even they were talking about the whole nation's kind of going through this. Mm-hmm. Because the federal dollars came in and they just got spent. Yeah. And then the board and the administration, the superintendent, everybody, they did an exceptional job as taking care of kids, staff, taxpayers. And so it's amazing. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. De Los Santos. Any other comments?
I have a couple questions, if that's okay. Mr. Robledo, have we been, well, I guess the first question, so disaster pennies are on the table for this year. There was a disaster declared last year, and the Governor Abbott requested assistance from the federal government, so we're able to use disaster pennies if we want to. I guess the first question is, have we explored it? And the second question is, do we need to?
So when, again, a week ago when it was declared that Hidalgo County did have a disaster, our financial advisors did reach out to us to say this is an opportunity. Now, the big question is that something that we would want to pursue? And so there is, I want to say 4 pennies, but again, we still need to do some research on that just to confirm that. It is an option that the district can have. Again, we will pursue the direction from the board and from the superintendent. We have not pushed that button to say that we are officially going after that declaration on our side. We are kind of saving that for, is that something that we want to pursue? Mm-hmm. So right now, we have not gone in and included those extra pennies.
But do we know how much extra revenue it would generate? Do we know that?
Again, it goes back to how many pennies those are. Mm-hmm. We are seeing anywhere from 3 to 4 million.
Okay.
Now that comes with a slight tax increase, correct?
That would be a tax increase.
Now what's the term on that? If there is a tax increase,
it's a one-year deal.
12 months?
Because it's kind of like doing a tax rate election
Right.
without voter approval.
Right.
That's how you kind of see those disaster pennies.
Okay. But that'll be something that's presented, and that way we can get feedback from the public and see if it's something that we should move forward with, or it's even needed, right?
Well, yeah, I guess that's why my
More or
question
less.
was, is it something that we need? I know it's on the table, but do we need that extra $4 million for next year or not?
Is there a deadline to decide on if we're going to move that way?
We will have to reach out with our legal counsel.
And that's why I was going to reach out to, I was bringing that up too. Yeah, we want to have enough time to present it and have feedback and kind of hear from the constituents and see if it's something that they're okay with. It's a one-year increase, and this is what's going to be this is going to be what's going to be the reward of making that decision. And I just don't, I know in the past we had discussed it, but it was on such a short timeline. It was like the 11th hour, and we had to make a decision, and it was by the end of next week, and we didn't have another meeting set up. So we can just have some time.
Yeah, so it would only be if the board does decide to go for it. We're currently working with other districts on it. It's for 1 year. Now, the pro is you get that money for that year, right? But the con is it goes away after one.
Yes.
So you can't get used to living off of it. So it's just if we really do need it, or if it could be beneficial to the district, it'd be something to explore. Another question, David, or Mr. Robledo. This past year, we adopted a budget of $180 million, right?
Yes,
And then the year before, we adopted a $200 million budget.
that is right.
What are we proposing for this year?
So we are anticipating going back to 190 for just local, I guess what we call the 100s. The 599 will be bringing in the other 10 million, so we are planning on going back to the $200 million mark.
And so by doing that, are we okay? We're not going to, because when Dr. Rivera came in, we had a $16 million deficit, right? And that was the year that we had adopted a $200 million budget. Are we fine doing that? We're not going to be in that same position if we move forward with a $200 million budget?
That is correct, we won't be. So what we're doing now is we're going back to what the actual ADA is actually hitting. So right now we are at 14,500 plus. Next year's budget is going to be 14,500. So we're not going into the 15 plus number range, which got us to that 200. So that's why we are planning on having the more appropriate $190 million for local funds.
Okay.
Budget for that.
But I guess as compared to those numbers that we saw, the 180, and to this, with the 180 all-encompassing of everything, or was that just local funds?
That's just local funds.
Okay, so then so we're going up by 10 million.
We're going up about 6, 7. which is what we're going to be saying. It's really, in my head, two parts.
So we're hitting the middle between that 200 and the 180.
Yeah, because
Okay.
the 200 was at 15,000 plus number of kids for our average daily attendance. We're not there yet. Now, I hope at some point we'll get there. But we're going from 14,000 on day one of this budget. We're going to move it to 14,500, which we are already hitting those numbers. So again, we're being super conservative on that number with the hope that we will pass that and get even more. And if we do hit those better numbers, we will then come back to the board and say, congratulations, the principals are doing hard work. We got more money. Let's figure out how we want to break that apart and spend it.
So this year, we're not going to dip into the fund balance to make our budget whole, right?
For this, just like how Mr. Mark de los Santos shared, a lot of the districts use fund balance that they earn from ESSER to help meet the needs. So we are looking into doing that also.
Okay, but I guess my question is, are we going to adopt a balanced budget, or are we going to have a deficit budget?
It will be a deficit budget. Now, what we're hoping to show is that that deficit is really the fund balance that we earned from ESSER. Now, the hope is that as we move each and every school year, that our ADA would recover from the pre-COVID numbers and be back to the 17, 18,000 of enrollment that was happening back in the day. And so the hope is to eventually get back to what those high numbers, which will in turn be hopefully also higher ADA to make it more of a balanced budget.
But what I'd like to avoid, again, I'd like to avoid adopting a budget based on hope, like we did when we did 200 million, right?
Yeah.
As
So that's
opposed-
why we're only going to be doing 14,500 as our ADA instead of 15 or more. And so to get to that balance, we will probably be using some of the monies that we earn from ESSER or utilize of ESSER to kind of make those numbers balance out.
What's that anticipated number?
Right now, we're seeing somewhere about 6 to 7 million.
Okay.
Yeah, and then part of the ESSER, like, just if I can jump in on that to explain to everybody that's listening, right, because they hear deficit. But the thing is the state told them, when we talked about supplanting, in other words, the citizens pay their taxes, we pay staff. When the federal monies came in, they said, you know what? Save the taxpayer dollars, put it in your bank account for when you get to 2024 and use our federal dollars. Save up your money enough so that way, if you're not at the enrollment, you're not at the ADA, you're not making what you're supposed to make, that's what it was for. And that's the situation with other districts that you're seeing in the news. They didn't save it. So they didn't save it, they don't have it in the bank, and then they have all this staff that they have to pay. So what are they doing? They're just gonna let them go. Because they didn't have that extra cushion. We did, that's what I'm saying. We only need, what, Dr. Rio, about 42 million? That's the maximum required by TA for district, like for our size? And we're in the 70s. So we can tap in there and take out 6, 7, whatever the case may be, just to kind of sustain us. And another thing I wanted to highlight about Dr. Rivera is that a lot of school districts, when they have an enrollment like us, that we're at 17,000, they'll do what like Mr. Castillo keeps saying, Mr. Castillo says, Trustee Castillo says, is they'll do a budget, because the budget, you make it up. You're just saying, okay, this is the budget, this is the staff, we're hoping that we hit these numbers. What they'll do is they'll create a budget, they have 17,000 enrollment, and they'll make a budget on 16,000, okay? Dr. Rivera's mentality, if I can just okay, Dr. Rivera's mentality, and I agree with it 100%, is that you set the budget and you work at where realistically you are and actually lower. You try to become precise. You don't have excess. You don't need additional people to do the same thing over and over again. You need to make sure that the funding goes to the classroom, that goes to the campus and the departments, and everything else is supplemental. They need to learn how to be more precise and efficient, but lean, okay? It's just like any business. I'm not gonna hire and buy trucks just to have them parked. If they're moving, they're moving. If they're not moving, then I don't need them. And that's kind of how we operate now, and we focus on staffing. That's why people ask all the time, well, why do you have only intra-district? Because we're closing positions and we're hiring from within. We're shuffling people around. We're moving people where they can be effective. They're no longer needed there. They get moved to another position. We're still even doing this now. Even with the numbers and the cushion and the excess budget, we're still operating that way. And we're going to continue to become even more lean and more efficient. And that way we're good stewards, responsible for the taxpayer dollars, and effective. And that way our students and our staff never has to suffer or fear. See, I mean, they get to go this summer without any worries. A lot of districts throughout the whole nation, and definitely here in Texas, and even in our region, you're gonna see that they're not in that situation right now. There's a lot of staff that still haven't gotten contracts. There's people that are gonna have to leave the places that they love to work and walk through every single day. They're gonna have to go start over again somewhere new. They might not have the positions they have. They gotta worry about how they're gonna pay their bills. And I said this back in 2021, what's gonna happen when every single district is letting go of staff? What is our staff gonna do? Because everybody's gonna be out there applying. Everybody's out there gonna be with experience and qualifications and whatnot. So it is a very serious situation, and it's very sad, but we're just lucky that we kind of did the steps that we did at all as a whole team, even the staff member, especially administration, because they have to deal with that every day, right? Working with less, but being more and more efficient, and they are. Their scores show it, and so that's why we're here now. So I just want to make sure the public understands that. So we are in a very good spot, I said right now.
So quick question on the 6 to 7 million that we're potentially going to use to cover, that's just money we earn from transferring the ESSER or supplanting the ESSER or,
Yes.
okay. If you could clarify my question.
There you go. So what makes it even nicer in our scenario? So I'm just going to echo some of the things that Mr. De Los Santos shared, is that a lot of districts are shrinking.
Yes.
And so that is automatically, you have the current budget, and the next year, you're not going to get the same money. You're getting less money. That is not happening here in Weslaco, which makes my life so much easier.
Yeah.
All the work that the campuses are doing, attracting the kids, that is just, I mean, it makes my life so much easier. So where we're not contracting, we're growing the number of kids. That's why we were able to say, hey, from 14,000, we need to move it to 14.5. The hope is that we would even do better. But we're going to budget as if we had 14,500 kids here in the district. But with that, again, when we hope to have the meeting in November to approve the audit book, we already are looking to see how are we going to end this school year. And so this school year, again, it's still a working number. We're anticipating anywhere from 5 to 6 million. I hope to do better, or hope to present better numbers, but we've already, the money that we are collecting this year is what's going to help pay for next year. So I don't even want to touch the money that we have in our fund balance.
Right.
Now, it's there because of ESSER, a good chunk of that.
So that's my question. So that 6 to 7, that money's in the fund balance because of the ESSER kind of transfer and all that good stuff, the planning
ESSER,
for the ESSER cliff.
Meeting, not overstaffing the piece. Again, we are at about 2,200 employees. The whole deal is to make sure that we are in line, that we do have a lean staff. And so, by not over-hiring or by doing those things, we're not having to make those major cuts.
Yeah,
We've kind of absorbed those duties.
I mean, again, this is a nice statement. I'd rather have a lean staff, but a high-paid staff.
Exactly.
And that's what we're aiming for.
Yes.
Okay. Well, if you could please really just kind of review those disaster pennies, and perhaps that could kind of help us with that
There we go.
cushion. Thank you, sir.
I have one comment to make. Looking at your slide of the basic allotment that has been unchanged for each student, we received $6,160 since 2019. And just to emphasize that the governor is withholding from us $4 billion for the public school funding because of the voucher that he wants to get through. But I was doing some research online for class, and I came across this website. It's called raiseyourhandtexas.org. And it's an interactive map, and if you point to Weslaco, it tells us how much we could increase each student funding if we would partner with UTRGV or a governmental entity or a nonprofit. And I thought, man, that's awesome. We could actually increase the allotment for each student by $806, right? If we would do something like this. And this was by SB 1882, State Bill 1882. Have we ever looked into that to see if we can increase our per student?
So So we always had to watch out to see, again, we're not a lobbying entity. And
okay.
so the Raise Your Hand is a lobbying
Okay.
group.
Public employees.
They're
And
not
so-
advocating for public schools. They are advocating. for
They
public
are
schools.
advocating, but we always have to be kind of careful on how we, as a school district, are not lobbying. It's kind of weird.
Okay,
in that-
okay.
School district, state employees can't lobby while on the clock. Now, once they're off the clock, they can go out and lobby, but
Exactly.
as an entity, as an organization, we can't use a WISD symbol and go out there and say, hey, everyone, we need you to do this, 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 and this.
Okay,
That's
I
the only-
saw a
so-
list of a bunch of school districts, and they were partnering with like UTSA, the schools in San
Well, we can
Antonio are
partner.
partnering with UTSA.
Yeah.
I was thinking, well, why we can't partner with Region 1 or with,
So
UTRGV?
normally, Region 1 would lead the show, or there would have been either
No,
with the
Senate
South
Bill,
Texas.
Senate Bill 1882 is a different deal. Senate Bill 1882 is a partnership that you could enter into with a political subdivision, a higher education, or
Yeah,
a
this is
city.
Senate Bill 1882.
I'm doing it in Edcal Chelsea.
Oh, okay.
And I represent Region 1 as well, and so, yeah, so Senate Bill 1882 is just a partnership that you can enter into with an entity, but there's some conditions that the board you give up kind of oversight of the program or of the campus. And in exchange, because the commissioner is a really big fan of these agreements, San Antonio ISD has a whole bunch of them, they do them a lot in North Texas. Your funding, your formula funding changes for that specific campus and that ADA to like South Texas ISDs. It changes to a charter school funding where you get the mean on the allotment. So say 1,000 kids, you get the difference from whatever we get to whatever South Texas ISD would get.
Yeah.
So that's the increase in revenue. So yeah, I mean, that's something to
To
explore.
look into, I would like to just to explore it and look into it and see, hey, I mean, get creative and see what we can do and partner with these entities if possible.
Yeah, we have a bunch of time on that. That deadline to do it, and it would be for the following year, is in November.
Another thing too, I just thought about it, and piggybacking off of Trustee Sustaita, is that when we have, every district does it, so they have, when they're enrolling students, they have to have parents fill out a form where they state their salaries and whatnot. Now, if we're not asking, we want everyone to be honest, right, on that form, but we also want people to fill it out. Because if they don't fill it out, this is another thing, you lose a lot of funding. Because if you don't fill it out and you don't fill out that form as a parent, we're taking away funding from our children. Because automatically the states, if it's not filled out, they automatically put your child as if they were a high earner, like they're coming from a house that's a high earner. So economically disadvantaged statuses bring in a lot of money to students, and it's a different range. The salary range, I don't know it off the top of my head, but it's a different range. But when you don't fill out that form, your child and the classroom and the whole
Automatic.
state, kind of, the whole district gets a hit because they're automatically going to rank you, okay? They're automatically going to rank you as a child that, say, would be like at Lake Travis or some of these other towns and suburbs over there in Houston and whatnot where NFL players live. And so now our kids academically, well, we don't have a problem academically no matter who we compete with, right? But financially, the issue is that we lose funds. We do lose a lot of funds. So that's a message I think we really have to put out to parents, because sometimes I hear that from administration where they're not filling out the forms, they use different techniques and whatnot to try to get them to fill it out. But if that form isn't filled out, we lose a lot of funding because they're now identified, correct?
That's correct.
They're identified in the system as not in need, and so we lose funds. So that may be something to look into too.
So I did the math, like let's say 500 kids, one school, and you do it times $800, that's almost, it's $500,000 in just one school with partnering with Region 1 or partnering with UTRGV. So I mean, that's a good amount, and it would be something good for the kids and positive to have some kind of a program, you know? So if you guys could look into that, that would be awesome. Dr. Rodriguez?
Will do.
Mr. Trevino? All right. We'll go ahead and call this meeting adjourned. It is, for the record, at 5:24, Mr. Little Santos came in, at 5:32 p.m., Trustee Rodriguez, and at 5:33 p.m., Trustee Trevino. And we are adjourned for the special board meeting. It is 6:06 p.m. And we'll move on to the regular board meeting. Go ahead and grab this. All right. All right, I'll go ahead and begin with the regular board meeting. Good evening again. I'm Jacqueline Sustaita, President of the Weslaco ISD School Board of Trustees. This regular board meeting is being conducted in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. A recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date and is also on YouTube. The time is now 6:07 p.m. and I'll call this meeting to order. I'll now begin the roll call. Trustee Rodriguez?
Present.
Trustee Cuellar? Trustee Castillo?
Present.
Trustee Trevino?
Present.
Trustee Nieto?
Present.
Trustee De Los Santos?
Present.
Let the record show that a quorum of board members is in attendance. We'll move on to the invocation. Mr. Elias Trevino, Director of Assessment and Accountability.
Would you all be so kind and bow your heads and pray? And gentlemen, if you would just remove your hat in reverence to the Lord. Heavenly Father, our Lord Jesus Christ, who is like unto you? You are awesome in all of your ways. Thank you for the gift of life, health, family, friends, strength, and physical ability to work to provide for our families. Thank you for your faithfulness and protection over the lives of our students, staff, and families. We thank you for the blessing of gathering once again as a corporate body and the privilege to serve this most beautiful community of Weslaco. Father, as is always our petition, we ask you to continue to bless and grant greater wisdom to our superintendent, Dr. Richard Rivera, and our board. There is abundant blessing and joy in serving others wholeheartedly and expecting nothing in return. Lord, may your will be done in our board meetings. Help us to maintain integrity in what you have left in our care. Your word declares that everything we do, whether in word or action, let it be done unto you. As the 23-24 school year comes to a close, there is much gratitude in our hearts for all that you have done, are doing, and will do in the days to come. Thank you for the strength, wisdom, and love you poured upon our teachers and staff. Thank you for keeping our students and staff safe. We pray your hand of blessing and protection be upon all our students and staff during the summer so that all may return safely in August. We ask you all this in your precious, glorious, and mighty name of Jesus. And everyone says, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Trevino. On to the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge.
At this time, we'd ask everyone to please stand, remove their hats or caps, place their right hand over their heart, and turn towards the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing, right hand over your heart, and turn towards the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Mr. Buttimer. Next, we have our awards and recognitions.
Madam President, Dr. Rivera, members of the board, good evening. We have a lot of awards. We have a lot to celebrate as we conclude the school year here, the 2023-2024 school year. So let's bring out a group real quick tonight as we are proud to announce several high school students. Can we bring out our first group, please? And let's have a round of applause as our kids enter the room. Tonight, we are proud to announce that several high school students were recently selected to the prestigious Boys State and Bluebonnet Girls State Conference. During this leadership program, our students will join over 500 Boys State and Bluebonnet participants from across the state. As delegates, our students will organize government entities, form political parties, and even run for office. They will learn how to participate in the functioning of a government and will be exposed to the rights, privileges, and responsibilities of American citizenship. I present to you the Boys State delegates. I would also like to recognize the Boys State Alumni Group for their sponsorship. Mr. Chano Garza is here. Mr. Garza. And also the parents, if the parents are here, can they please stand and be recognized, parents? Congratulations. We'd also like to recognize the Weslaco High School coordinator is Elva Ray, and the Weslaco East High School coordinator is Miss Nancy Ortiz. All right, we will take a photo now. Take a photo.
Okay, here we go. 1, 2, one more. Last one. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you once again and congratulations. All right, let's bring in our next group of students. Come on in. How about we give them a round of applause? These are the Weslaco High School Dreamettes. We'll make 2 rows. There you go, girls. All right. Okay. All right, how about we give them a round of applause? The Dreamettes from Weslaco High School are here. Tonight, we want to congratulate the Weslaco High School Dreamettes who recently competed at the Showtime International Dance Competition. These young ladies won the Grand Champion title and state competition and went on to the Grand National title at the Showtime International Nationals. Congratulations to these young ladies. We'd like to recognize their sponsor, Delma Soleather, who's here. And consultant Mariana Areola. We'd also like to recognize parents. Parents, if you're here, can you please stand and be recognized? All right, let's take a photo.
Board members. There we go. Y'all know how to do this.
One of those got to be good.
Okay, over here. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. One more. Last one. Thank you.
All right, once again, congratulations. All right, let's bring in our next group. We have some track athletes from Weslaco East High School. Let's give them a round of applause as they enter the room. Tonight, we want to congratulate the Weslaco East High School boys track and field team for their outstanding season. The Wildcats won the District 32 5A championship title. And they also advanced to area. Several team members won individual distinctions, and we celebrate all our athletes' accomplishments on their way to this achievement. The boys' head coach is Tom Owens. Coach Owens. Assistants Rolando Casas. Ottaway Perryman. David Morales. Chris Cromer. Mark Nichols. And Daniel Cortez. Parents, if you're here, can you please stand and be recognized? Parents. Come in this way, guys. Let's make 2 rows. Let's make 2 rows. You want to, can you all 4 come over here? 4 or 5? So we can make 2 rows. There you go. Take a quick photo.
Okay, here you go. On 3. 1, 2, 3. One more. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. And last one. Thank you.
All right, once again, congratulations on your district championship. All right, so let's bring in our next group of students. Let's give them a round of applause as they enter the room. So this evening, we would like to congratulate several students who took part in several CTE programs and have qualified for nationals. 3 Weslaco High School CTE students qualified for the National BPA competition and will travel to Chicago next month. Sounds like fun. 4 students also qualified for nationals as part of the Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America. They will travel to the Leadership National Conference in Seattle, Washington for the summer. 1 student will represent the Health Occupation Students of America as they qualified for international conference to be held in Houston in June. And another also qualified for state in the Vanta League Chess Esports and will represent WISD in Arlington, Texas. So congratulations to our students. We'd also like to congratulate their parents. Parents, if you're here, can you please stand and be recognized? Parents? All right, now we can take a quick photo, guys. Let's center you guys right in the middle. You guys look good.
Okay, here we go. On 3, 1, 2, 3. One more. And last one. Thank you.
All right, congratulations. Let's bring in our next group of students, please. All right, how about a round of applause for our next group of students who enter the room? Come on, and we have some of our student swimmers and coaches also swim every once in a while. Tonight, we want to extend our congratulations to several members of the Weslaco East High School and Weslaco High School swim programs. These student athletes were recently named to the Academic All-State team. The list recognized high school athletes for their academic excellence in GPA, class rank, ACT, SAT scores. We honor these students who perform at the highest academic standard outside the pool. We'd also like to recognize their coaches. We have Daniel Solis from Weslaco East and Alexandra Trevino from Weslaco High School. Congratulations, students. Parents, if you're here, can you please stand and be recognized as well, parents? There you go. Now we'll take a quick photo.
Here we go. 1, 2. One more. And last one. Thank you.
All right, congratulations, students. What's that? Okay. Okay, come on. Okay, y'all make it this way.
He was in the chess.
Oh, he was in the chess. Okay.
Yeah, that one.
Okay. All right. What's
Matthias Dikla.
last name?
Dikla.
Dikla. Okay. Okay. So you are going off to. We missed you because you were in another group earlier, right? Exactly. So you qualified for the Vanta League Chess Esports, right? And you'll be gone representing Weslaco ISD in Arlington, Texas. And his name is Matthias Dikla. Let's take a quick photo.
He was in another group.
Yeah.
So
He was in 2 groups today.
here go one more. 1, 2, 3. And last one. Thank you.
And congratulations, he placed second. Congratulations. Okay. Up next, George. Bring mariachi. All right. Well, how about a big hand for our students as they enter the room? We have some mariachi players. All right. We can do one at a time. Let's do one at a time, okay? So we have Mariachi Tijuana here. All right, so tonight we are going to recognize both of our high schools. We'll start off with Weslaco ISD. Tonight we congratulate our high school mariachi groups for their tremendous success that they had this year. Weslaco ISD High School, Mariachi Tecuani, and Weslaco High School, Mariachi Pantera, both qualified for the State Texas Association Mariachi Educators Contest. Congratulations for qualifying, but also Mariachi Tecuani finished 8th at state, making the program a top 10 state of Texas. Congratulations. We would like to congratulate the mariachi director, Pierre Sustaita. And their advisor, Mario Ferrer. Parents, if you're here, can you please stand and be recognized? Parents? All right. Take a quick photo.
Okay, here you go. 1, 2, more, and last one. Thank you.
All right, congratulations. All right, congratulations. Let's bring out our next group. All right, how about a big hand for our Weslaco High School, Mariachi Pantera. All right, have a lot of the members here today. Mariachi Pantera received 5th place at state, ranking them in the top 5 6A mariachi program in the state of Texas. Mariachi director is Jose Zamora. Jose Zamora. And the advisor, Mario Ferrer. So congratulations once again on a tremendous year. I see you brought all of your trophies and your hardware. We would also like to congratulate your parents. If the parents are here, can they please stand and be recognized? Awesome, congratulations. All right, if y'all could just kind of get together so we can take a photo.
Make 2 rows, ladies. You want to step forward and come on? And come.
There you go.
Bring it. Now come in closer. There we go.
There we go. Yeah.
Maybe girls, maybe. Yeah, step down, ladies. You're gonna taste. There we go. There we go. Thank you. Okay.
It's easier for them to sing than to take a photo.
Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Getting everybody on the back. Go one more. 1, 2, 3. And last one. Thank you.
All right, congratulations. All right, let's bring out our next recognition. Yes, yes. Come on out. How about a big hand for this young lady as she enters the room? So tonight we want to congratulate a very talented artist. This student received a gold medal at the UIL Regional Visual Arts Scholastic event recently. Entries are judged through a student interview and showing. This event averages about 1,400 student entries, with less than 150 earning this superior rating. Out of these superior ratings, less than 50 are state qualifiers in each region. The Weslaco East High School student who received a Division IV rating qualifying for state is Valeria Galindo. We would also like to recognize the art teacher, Miss Maria Miller. Are your parents, and if our parents are here, can they please stand and be recognized, parents? All right. So we can just take a photo with our talented artist here from Weslaco East. There we go.
1, 2, 3. One more. And last one. Thank you.
Okay. A few more announcements. A few more. Are you ready? Tonight, we all want to recognize a top educator. Our culinary arts instructor, Melba Tijerina, recently received the 2024 HEB Excellence in Education Lifetime Achievement Award. As a recipient of this award, Ms. Tijerina received $25,000 cash for herself and a $25,000 grant for her school. Ms. Tijerina was part of 1,900 educators who were nominated for the HEB Education in Excellence Awards. The group was narrowed to 150, and Tijerina was one of 5 finalists and the eventual winner. Congratulations to Ms. Tijerina, Melba Tijerina, Lifetime Achievement Award winner. All right. Congratulations. Tonight, we want to congratulate 2 individuals that were honored for their Campus Teachers of the Year earlier this month. And now we're happy to announce these individuals selected to the Region 1 Teacher of the Year. So we'll start off with our Elementary Teacher of the Year. And that person is from Margot Elementary, Marta I. Santiago. Y'all want to just step up so we can take a photo real quick? Y'all want to step up on the platform up there? You want to step up? Move back?
Okay, here we go, guys.
All right.
Okay. Okay, there you go. Picture 1. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. One more. And last one. Thank you.
I don't know. I think we need to move this up next time. Yeah, let's move this up next time. No, just leave it. All right. So up next, we would like to introduce our Secondary Teacher of the Year. And it goes to, from Armando Cuellar Middle School, Annette Nicole Ozuna. You want to step up on the platform, Ms. Ozuna? Take a quick photo.
Let me take one photo for like this.
Okay. All right.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. And one more. And last one. Thank you.
All right, congratulations. Good job. Okay, one more item. Tonight, once again, we celebrate our campuses that have successfully increased attendance during the 6 weeks of school. Meeting and surpassing our average daily attendance goals benefits our district and, most importantly, our students. Meeting the district's ADA standard 6 weeks, we'll start off with 98.05 South Palm Gardens. Yes, we're going to take a group photo. Up next, we have ADA of 97.97, Kleckler-Held Elementary. Up next, an ADA of 96.94, Sam Houston Elementary. Up next, an attendance of 96.13, Dr. Armando Cuellar Middle School. Daily attendance of 95.84, Central Middle School. Attendance of 95.68, B. Garza Middle School. Attendance of 95.23, Mary Hogue Middle School. All right, congratulations, principals. We'll take a quick photo, and that'll conclude our awards and recognitions.
You're gonna move it closer, gentlemen, ladies. Here we go. One more. And last one. Thank you.
Our next item is public comments.
We have 4.
Okay. Not this one. I can just read it. Okay, can I have the first speaker please come up to the podium? Say, Selena G. Herrera. Okay. Hello, ma'am. Before you begin, I'm just going to read a paragraph for you.
Okay.
And then after that, you have 3 minutes to speak. And the secretary over here will tell you when you have 1 minute left.
Okay.
But let me go ahead and read it to you first. Oh, before I say that, can you please tell us your address?
1008 Fresno Lane, Weslaco, Texas, 78599.
Thank you. And your name?
Selena G. Herrera.
Thank you. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meeting Act, the Board of Trustees may not deliberate on any comment made by a member of the public on a subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of this meeting. As per the Texas Attorney General, the scope of board discussion for a subject not part of this meeting agenda is limited to only a proposal by a board member to place a subject on a future board agenda. Specific factual information or recitation of existing policy may be furnished in response to inquiries, but the board shall not deliberate or decide regarding any subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. Audience participation at a board meeting is limited to the portion of the meeting designated for that purpose. At all other times during a board meeting, the audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on matters being considered by the board, unless recognized by the presiding officer. No public comment presentation shall exceed 3 minutes. Any disruptive behavior by any speaker may result in the speaker's removal from participation in the meeting. Please be mindful of using names or personally identifiable information, as there is no immunity from defamatory comments while participating in public comments. You can go ahead and begin whenever you're ready.
Okay. My name is Selena Herrera. I have a daughter that is in middle school, and I see there's 2 gentlemen that are middle school administrators. Since I didn't know that I only had a very short time to speak, my daughter has been bullied since November. Cyberbullied, accused of sharing inappropriate pictures, called names in the cafeteria up to yesterday. She has missed this much school, okay? Her dad and I have missed work to go and discuss this. I visited with Dr. Rivera. These girls are still there making her life miserable. Her words to me were, "Mom, why don't I matter? Do you know how much energy it takes for me to get up to go to school? I'm a working mom. I have to be at work at 8, from 8 to 5, every day." When my daughter missed 3 days of school, she slept for 3 days. She didn't eat because of these girls. And yet, these girls had nothing done to them. And it's the same group of girls. Granted, when I went to school, we didn't put up with any of this. When we saw Mr. Davila or Mr. Chavez or Dr. Rivera walking down the halls, we were scared. We feared. This parental generation now, I had 2 moms tell me, one warned me, she texted me and warned me that her daughter had boy cousins that she played around with and she knew how to fight. So she was preparing me. I had another mother tell me, "Well, I'm giving my daughter full permission to beat down your daughter." I'm not here to put down any school by no means. I want something more done for bullying. Hold parents accountable for this. My daughter has gotten her anxiety back. She doesn't want to go to school. How many of you have daughters that had been told that she was sharing inappropriate pictures at 12 years old? You know what my daughter said to me? "Mom, I'm 12. What am I going to share?" But you have these girls posting pictures of themselves in school, calling themselves, "I'm a fighter, I'm a bad, this and that." But yet my daughter fears walking down the hall. Her anxiety is back. I had to take her to a specialist now. Who's going to deal with all of that? Me. What had she not been strong enough and done something to herself in those 3 days that I had to go to work because of these girls? It's ridiculous. You all need to think of the ugly side of school that these middle schools are going through. Because my daughter was not the only child that was bullied by this girl. There was another girl. But yet they're not allowed to share that with me, of course.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Dr. Rivera, if we could have somebody direct the parent to the appropriate policy so she could file the complaint that she needs so an investigation could be done.
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you, sir.
We have Diana Garza. You can come up to the podium. And I won't be reading the paragraph anymore because we already know it. So go ahead and say your name again and your address.
Diana Garza, 1011 East 10th Street, Mercedes, 78570.
Okay?
So I'm going to be getting a minute.
Yes.
Just 3 minutes. I'm going to try real hard. Okay. Tell me when it's...
Whenever you start.
Okay.
He'll start timing.
Good evening, Dr. Rivera, school board trustees, parents, students, and staff. First and foremost, I want to thank God that I'm able to come before you once again. To all the students that received awards tonight, congratulations to you and your parents. To Ms. Tijerina, a big congratulations as well. To the Weslaco ISD senior class of 2024, a huge congratulations to all of you, and I wish you nothing but the best as you embark on a new and exciting chapter in your life. God bless all of you. I want to take this opportunity to thank you, Dr. Rivera, for the passion you have for all the Weslaco ISD boys and girls. The trust that you have earned from the community was instrumental in passing one of the largest school bonds in history, or the largest. That in itself speaks volumes. Transparency and trust is key. Secondly, I want to speak about the issue of bullying at Weslaco ISD. In my current position, I get phone calls from parents that other staff have referred to me in reference to this topic. I have also heard one too many times from parents while on home visits that bullying is what has kept them away from school. These cases are referred to Dr. Rivera, and he makes time to meet with every single parent to assist the best that he can. My question is, why is there a waiting list of parents wanting their kids out of one school to place them in another? Dr. Rivera, it is evident that some of the staff you inherited have not come up with a master plan so that there is no waiting list at any one school and the root of the problem is discovered and fixed. However, there's a bigger problem, and it's sadder when we have a director that's a huge bully herself. It is documented where this individual has directed staff under her supervision not to speak to certain individuals. Bullying is a nationwide issue. It's at an all-time high, and instead of developing a successful anti-bullying program, this individual spends her working hours completing some certificate and causing division amongst staff. In addition, many staff have confided in me feelings of insecurities and not being or dressing good enough after prolonged stare-downs by this director. Furthermore, one of the principals being replaced tonight is also a huge bully. She has harassed staff. A teacher was harassed while on FMLA dealing with her mother on her deathbed. This bully became a principal 2 years ago with absolutely no qualifications. She had never been an assistant principal, and it's obvious that she lacks all the characteristics of a successful principal. To Ms. Cuadra, I wish you the very best on your retirement, and thank you for being an amazing principal and serving the kids of this district. God bless you. In closing, there will be 3 principals named tonight. I trust that each one of you will lead with the inspirational words of Dr. Rivera that he expects from all principals. Treat all your kids the same way you would want a teacher to treat your son or daughter. So all the kids at Weslaco ISD are mine, so I want them treated fairly, with a lot of love, a lot of compassion, a lot of kindness. And thank you to everybody. God bless you. And to all the students out there, have a safe summer. God bless Weslaco ISD.
Thank you. The next speaker we have, can they make it up to the podium? I think it is Pancho Ramirez. Okay. Good evening. Can you just say your address, please?
I'll be speaking for Pancho. My name's Alicia Rodriguez. He's my brother. 701 Whitmer Street, Weslaco, 78596.
Thank you.
Okay.
You can go ahead and start. Yeah.
Okay.
You can start.
Yes. My brother and I, of course, you can see him in a wheelchair. I wanted to address the situation at the field, Lackey Stadium, with the wheelchair lift, because we use the elevator, of course, to get up there to be able to see. When we go on the bottom, we can't see because people passing by. So it's been several years now that it's still not working. So before we would get up there, and then they would bring him down, and I would walk down the steps and then get him, and going back. Well, it's been several years that it hasn't worked. And so what we do now is go, and he walks down, and I have to carry the wheelchair down. And then he's incontinent, so when he has to go to the restroom, we have to do the same. And sometimes it doesn't make it back. So, and he's not the only one. There's other people, especially those with the electric wheelchairs. I know some that haven't been to the football games because of this. One of them I remember is called Hot Wheels. And we're avid fans. We go to both East and Weslaco because Panthers, because, well, they have the elevators. No other district has that. I mean, it's a simple, well, I'm sure now that I was here, I heard about the treasurer, and, you know, who takes care of this, I don't know, but if you weren't, you know, have been made aware of this, well, I'd like to bring it to your attention now. It might not be a big expense for the district, or maybe it is, but I mean, I think it's something to consider for the, you know, disability or disabled, not only for people in wheelchairs, but there's other grandparents, parents that aren't able to walk a lot, and so I've seen them walk up the steps. And so we sit right underneath the press box, and He loves going to all the games. Like I say, we're Weslaco. We're not for one or the other. We're for both teams. And this is, like I say, it's been several years. And this is something that I think should be looked at before the season starts again. And we would appreciate it. Like I say, we're still there. And I might add, too, that some of the staff that's there will help us once in a while take the wheelchair down and bring it up. But a lot of the times, I have to carry it and help him walk down. I appreciate it. Please take consideration.
For your information, Dr. Rivera actually has already looked into it.
We've addressed it.
Planning ahead.
All right,
Going by
thank you.
September.
Awesome.
Should be there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was on the agenda too, yeah, the previous agenda.
So for the first football game
Yes.
It was on our previous
That's
agenda
the
we
goal
just
that we
had.
have.
All right.
and the Golden
The
Pass?
board already approved the project.
Yeah.
It's been approved already. Of course.
Picture?
Go like this, brother. All right. Weslaco #1. Thank you very much.
Can we have the next speaker, Israel Gonzalez, come to the podium, please? Good evening. Can you just say your address?
1609 Sunset Lane, Palmhurst, Texas, 78573.
Okay, I'm not going to read the paragraph. You know what it says. You can go ahead and start, and Dr. Rodriguez will let you know when you have 1 minute left.
Before I start, I just want to say, give a shout out to Mr. Castillo for asking the tough questions. I appreciate that you're seeking clarification. Additionally, I do also appreciate your sentiment on teacher pay. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for having me here today. The reason I'm here today is I'm here to help the board solve problems. So one of the problems that we've had, it starts or revolves around the Panorama Survey. My understanding earlier we were talking about finances. The Panorama Survey, as I understand it, is controversial because it's supposed to be expensive. I'm not too sure what the details are on that. However, what I do know is that we also are supposed to address the responses on there, and I'm here for that. I'm here to help address these responses. One of the things that I think we can be helped with in bettering these survey replies is if you can please help the teachers understand how, and it was mentioned that the biggest expense is payroll, but if you could please help the teachers understand how it's possible that a secretary, a paraprofessional, could be earning more than a 25-plus year veteran teacher. I did an information request on some of the information that was discussed here on the board. It was discussed here that some individuals were making north of $100,000. Several websites do display that. Several sources do display that. The information that was given to me by the district says otherwise. However, it is well above, about approximately $14,000 more than my own salary and several thousand more than individuals that, again, are 25-plus year teachers, veteran teachers. So if you could just please help the teachers understand that, I think that would help us feel a lot better. Additionally, if there's in-class concerns, this is something that I think is universal. I think it goes without saying. The first thing is administrators should be coming into the classrooms regularly. It happens if there's an in-class concern. How is it possible that there can be in-class concerns, but the administrator's never been there? Additionally, what if when the teacher, I myself, I would love to be in a classroom that has visual and audio monitoring. I would absolutely love that. I feel that we live in a time, a day and an age where it would be beneficial to every single stakeholder. So I just think that those are things that need to be looked at, but what we cannot do is we absolutely cannot permit administrators or anybody to just talk down on teachers or just drag their name through the mud, so to speak. It was mentioned in the earlier public comments in terms of social media that came up as well. Media is a problem, and I understand a lot of the time even the adults are not protected. A lot of us end up on this social media sites. A lot of us end up, our information's out there. The district even asks us to make recordings for these students sometimes. There's AI out there, artificial intelligence that can take our likeness, can take our voice, and it can do things with this. I am asking the district to help us ensure, to help us protect ourselves. We're just having the foresight. I appreciate that Dr. Rivera had the foresight for the last speaker. I thought that was just beautiful. I thought that was a beautiful ending to that. So I'd appreciate it if we can just have some foresight and see some of these things through. I do think that there are safeguards that sometimes, of course, trigger, and of course, we don't want to use that word, but last thing I'll say
Time's
is
up, sir.
that competition breeds success. Thank you for your time. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Okay, is that the last public speaker that we have, I believe? Mr. Martinez, right? It was just them? Okay. Thank you very much. And we will follow up with the policies that go with the concerns that were brought up today. We will move on now to the superintendent's report. Dr. Rivera?
Yes. Everyone knows that I'm the old school administrator. I believe in discipline. I believe in consequences. I believe that no one should be bullied in our schools. The principals know this. I tell them every single week. I record the number of fights, the discipline problems. Old school. And the principals better start buying into this. I'm concerned with if staff is bullying other people. I'm concerned that some of our kids are not safe in school. I can assure you that I'm going to have a hard talk, especially with the secondary principals, as to what needs to be done. There needs to be consequences. And I tell them, if anyone crosses a line, there's suspensions, there's expulsions, there's a CAPE, different programs, and they need to be disciplined. Being a principal is not easy. I was a high school principal 17 years. Middle school, 5 years. Things have not changed. Discipline is discipline. And our parents and our kids need to feel safe. We're going to look at the handbook this summer to see if it can be revamped, revised. But again, I can tell you I am old school, and it hurts me. It bothers me when people tell me, they come to see me, and I've got an open door policy, when they come to tell me that their kids are being bullied and nothing happens. There has to be consequences. I will say again that we'll have some meetings this summer to address that again, and I want our schools to be well disciplined, our staff to be ready, to be supervised, and I can assure you that we will take every possible step to prevent this from happening. So again, my heart goes out to the kids that are being bullied, whether it's cyberbullying, whether it's in the cafeteria, there's been fights, and again, there's consequences. Again, I will address this with the principals this summer and when the year starts again. My report, I was not planning to address this under my report, but it was needed. My report, most of it is on the budget. Start on page 1. I know we had a real good discussion earlier, and I can tell you, I've got some good news here. On page 1, the ADA, we budgeted $14,000, and with SASE, it came out to $14,564. So by getting this amount, the amount now, the new revenues is 4.800, almost $5 million. The ADA for next year, we're going to go conservative. We're going to increase it to 14,500, even though this year it was 14,564. So that's going to bring in an additional $4.3 million. The new revenues on C, the anticipated interest, not part of the bond election, $3 million. So we're going to have $12,100,000 new revenues to go ahead and address the expenditures. Now, As it was mentioned earlier, there's going to be a new law. I believe by next June, the state legislature should bring in new monies. We're looking at $3 million for '25 and hopefully $3 million for the new school year. So again, these are the additional new revenues. Most of it is based on ADA. I want to commend most of the principals, not all, because they've done a very good job with the ADA. And I check ADA every single week. So again, I want to commend the principals that are at standard, and I challenge the ones that are not at standard to go out there and take us to the next level. It's something that needs to be done. Regardless, 12.1 million of new revenues. On page 2, we took that 12 million, and now we made that available as to additional expenditures. And the big amount is the pay raises, and TASB calculated this. The pay raises for teachers, nurses, librarians, we had talked earlier about 2,000. Now I feel comfortable that when we can afford the 2,500. The stipends for all staff, the ESSER that was used before now is going to be from local funds, 2,000 for every staff member, and staff will get a 4% raise. That's not a teacher, nurse, or librarian. So all of this totaled to $9.2 million from the 12 million. On B, we're going to add additional teachers for the dropout recovery program. And I'll mention that in a minute. But the new teachers that are here, the ADA will cover the cost by itself. The health insurance increase is 1.2 million. Some increases to the co-curricular, the fine arts, safety and security. These are very important. The co-curricular, the meals, when they go out on trips, the fine arts. Have program second to no one, safety and security. So all of this totals the 12,100,000. So the new expenditures plus the revenues in this case here, we have the balanced budget. Now on the bottom, there's non-bond projects, HVAC, and previously funded projects. On the issue at Airport, Memorial, North Bridge, before my time, there was a budget amount of $6.3 million. As this school year went by, we figured that it was not enough, so we added an additional $4 million. So now we felt that it would be about $3 million per school. So that's the new budget now. We have that amount. Now, whatever reasons that happened, and I'm not going to go over the reasons, Trinity came up with a budget for this 3 projects that was quite high. So staff and I met last week with Trinity, and we were in agreement because there's 2 proposals for that large amount. Trinity is going to go back and they're going to go ahead and redesign the project. And the whole process should take a month. They're telling us, and they're in the back, they're telling us that by June, they should have with the new redesign and bring it back to the board for us to look at, evaluate at the June board meeting. Now, as for the fee, it's my understanding that Trinity gets a percentage of the project. So whatever they redesign should not be any increase at all because their fee is going to be on what the board approves as a project. So that's the process. Again, the board, it's an agenda item. The board can decide to go ahead and follow my recommendation, which is that, to reject, to redesign, to come back in June and do the project, or you can go ahead and come up with other options. That's going to be your call. But even if tonight you should approve the proposal that I'm not recommending, it will take about a year for that project to be complete. So it's an issue that needs to be addressed. And again, it's up to the board to see what they want to do with this project. On D&E, there's 2 projects that are in the 24 budget, and one is a digital billboard. It's on the agenda for tonight to reject the proposals because I've already addressed it in an update to you. My staff, I'm not going to go into too much, but my staff did not do what they should have done. So now we have to reject them and then come up again to go ahead and come up with a new proposal for the billboard. The last one is staff and I. We put in for this school year about $3.2 million. That includes tablets. Technology is very important to me. So this is the additional monies that we have for this year already to be spent on the tablets, on the technology. On page 3, this is the beginning teacher salary. And we've gone up since I've been here, the year and a half that I've been here. Now we're at $55,000. We're below. Some schools are above us, but now with a $2,000 pay increase, pending board approval of the budget, pending the $2,000 of the incentive pay, that'll be $59,000. So I'm sure other districts are going to go ahead and give an amount. But I can stand here right now and tell you, just based on what I've heard, other school districts are not going to be as generous as we are with our teacher pay raise. The teachers are very important to us. We want them to be well paid, well qualified. So this is the goal, that our teachers are paid or are among the highest, if not the highest. On page 4, this is from TASB. This is the new hiring scale. But this is not for our staff. This is for anyone coming in. For example, if someone comes in from Mercedes at 10 years, their salary would be the amount there, $62,790. If I can kind of make a little comment here on public comments, there is no secretary in this district making over $100,000. That's incorrect information. And I'll share with the board the information. So these are the salaries for someone coming in from another district. It's not for our teachers. It's just a hiring scale from someone coming in from the outside. So our teachers at 10 years, for example, should be at $62,700 or higher. This should not be lower than that amount. And again, this is only for new teachers coming in, not for the current teachers. On page 5, we talked about the fund balance earlier in the budget presentation. The audit shows that on 6 of 23, our fund balance was $62 million. It's a lot of money. The 3-month reserve by TEA is 3 months equals $42 million. So Weslaco ISD, we have $42 million that we don't use. That's for reserves, for emergency. But I can tell you that some districts do not have the 3-month reserve. So now we have $20 million available for one-time expenses. And again, we're looking at projects, the stadium LED light upgrades, the sensory rooms, school buses, maintenance vehicles, portable ACs, because we're going to need them in August, September, since we don't have those 3 schools set up. We've got some bleachers at Central, the baseball, softball turfs at both high schools. We talked about electric gates. It's the phase 1 to start off. And with the hot weather, we're looking at the portable hydration systems and have some heavy-duty tents out there for the band students and for the athletes where they won't be out there in the hot sun. So in our $20 million, we're spending almost $7 million. But we're bringing more money in for the fund balance, because when you reduce the payroll cost through staff attrition, resignations, retirements, you hire the new individuals at a lower amount than the ones that retired. So we're looking very conservative at about $2 million that we're going to add to the fund balance. Also, the interest unrelated to the bond election for 24-25 is an additional $3 million. And again, from the big fund balance, we have $62 million, $42 million is going to come in to about 3 million. So we're spending, from the 20 million, we're spending 7 million, but we're bringing $5 million back. So I don't want to come here and delete the fund balance either, because throughout the year, there'll be other projects that we need to go ahead and hit into our fund balance. But again, a healthy fund balance.
Dr. Rivera, if I can stop you really quickly. Oh, the slide just passed. You just reminded me about the fine arts and the heavy-duty tents and the band. I know there was a parent who had brought up about the band marching on the asphalt during the summer months, and it's really hot. Do we have any plans to do anything with that, with the band kids from Weslaco East?
I'm going to meet with the principal at Weslaco East and see if there's another alternative
Okay.
that we can use.
Yeah, because the asphalt is really
I
hot out there.
understand.
Okay,
I
sounds good.
understand. So we're looking at it.
Okay.
I know sometimes the field is used as an option, but I think the turf is just as hot, if not hotter than the asphalt.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, so,
Maybe look at options to see what's best for the kids. Okay.
I know that we've been looking at, a possible property there that's nearby that could be transitioned into a practice field with actual real grass, and that they could practice on. But, you're talking about Weslaco East area?
Right.
Yeah.
Because they practice in the parking lot, and it is really hot out there
They're limited
during
on,
summer.
on.
Okay, sounds
On
good.
page 6, this is the ESSER deficit. This is the famous words everyone is using. ESSER, the deficit. And when I came in last January, I inherited a $16 million deficit and then a 5.5 for new ESSER funded staff. On A, 346 teachers were reclassified from local, some of the funds to ESSER at a cost of $16 million. On B, the prior administration also added 48 new positions to assist in different areas. So these contracts for these individuals were not guaranteed. On C, staff and I have been working very hard through planning. So by October 1st, every single teacher of those 346, all 48 new positions, we were able to add them to our budget. So no one lost their jobs, no one got laid off. So the ESSER deficit will now be 0. And on D, it was important to note that Weslaco ISD, we saw this cliff with ESSER coming, and I can assure you that all state and federal monies were maximized and no money was left behind. We used our monies wisely, and again, because of all of this, we were able to cover the ESSER deficit. So we're very fortunate to get in this district, that no one lost their jobs, and everyone got moved to a new position covered by local or other programs. On number 7, we're not even finished with the 25 budget, but we're looking forward to 26. Already we're planning a year already ahead. So on the stipends, on athletic and academics, we check with TASB. So our stipends right now, they approach, they meet, or they exceed the market. So this is something we're going to study for the following year. We're going to look at transfers, the rezoning, the planning for new facilities. We want to continue with a low pay, with a low rate. The pay raises for 26, either through like this year, the ADA enrollment increase, or hopefully the new legislature allocations. There's some projects that are not covered for 25 that possibly we could cover as the budget is studied. We want to repair to campus pavilions, sensory rooms for secondary campuses, more library furniture. On D, this is just a thought that I had. It's a thought a year away. We want to demolish Horton, but at the same time look at building a new school there for the pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 and take these kids away from our 10 elementaries. Again, they're just a thought. Nothing, we don't know the figures or anything, but it's a thought. Many school districts have a separate school for the pre-K 3 and pre-K 4. And so again, we're looking into this and to see if it's an option for us to address. On page 8, the instructional coaches, it was funded again because of COVID loss, and they were paid from state comp. and they had limited duties. So now we changed all of these to local fundings, and now they'll have more responsibilities. And we don't want the assistant principal saying, well, I do a lot more than this person, so now they're going to be equal. Whatever responsibilities the assistant principals have and the instructional coaches, they're going to be more, again, their local funds, more responsibilities. In the elementary, we have one instructional coach, middle school's 3, the high school's 1. And the overall goal, again, for these coaches is to improve the instruction. That's not negotiable. I don't want them on duty out there 10 hours a day. I want them in the classroom working with the instruction, working with the teachers, and also to assist the librarians. There's been an issue lately about the House Bill 900 standards about what we should have in the library and what we should take out under explicit or adult themes. So we're looking into this. On page 9, this is the dropout program that I mentioned. It's going to be for students that are older students that dropped out of school. We'll have it in August in collaboration with Region 1. We plan to enroll up to 100 students, 2 groups at Louis Black. Then the goal is for those students, those young adults, to get a diploma and also a certification for future opportunities. And my last slide is summer school. Principals and staff have planned a good summer school for 4 weeks, and it's based on promotion or acceleration. And you have the programs listed here. And then also we have a summer program, the athletics, the open gym, track, tennis, swimming, golf, et cetera, et cetera. So we've got a good program for the summer, and I'm looking again mostly for promotion that our kids aren't left behind. And this is my last slide. This is my presentation. Any questions from the board members?
I do have one question about instructional coaches. I got several messages during the week. Some of them are confused. Do I have a job? Do I not have
They
a
have a
job?
job.
Where am I going?
They all have a job.
Okay. But they won't be instructional coaches anymore. They'll be
They'll be
somewhere.
instructional coaches funded from local funds.
Okay.
But they have requirements now
Yes.
to get a master's and then get a leadership certification.
Yes.
And part of that is also because the instructional coaches, they kind of give school districts a real good opportunity because a lot of times people, and there's nothing wrong with it, but they kind of have they could be a leadership cohort if you really look at it, because not only are they getting a lot of experience in all the different content areas on the campus for that grade level that they work within, but they're also shadowing pretty much the principals. They're in those meetings, they're following the process. So that's almost like your leadership cohort for the future. So if the IC stay in place, they had additional support, they gain experience over the education they already carry. I mean, you're kind of building your cohorts and they're kind of ready to go. So when openings do come up and they do go and interview, they're really gonna have an advantage because they already know operations and they know content. And so those are rules. That's why you see a lot of school districts moving to, they call them different titles, but they're kind of moving to that. So that way that their operations are always at a high level and so is their performance. So it's just what a lot of successful school districts are doing and implementing in their structure.
Yes, you're correct.
Another question, really quick, Dr. Rivera. We talked about the partnership a little while ago. This WISD dropout prevention program wouldn't count as a partnership with Region 1?
Yes.
Yes.
So we
I
could.
was actually going to suggest that.
Yes.
That's actually a prime candidate for a Senate Bill 1882
Exactly.
partnership.
Exactly.
So we can look into.
It's through Region 1.
That's
We're meeting with
good.
them already, so that's a
So we can
partnership.
increase the funding per student with that. And if it's around 75 to 100 students times $800 more each one, that's adds to what we need to get for them. So that's good.
Exactly. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Anybody have any other comments, questions?
In regards to the pay raise, the new proposal is $2,500, correct?
Yes.
Plus
For
the
the-
2,000 retention.
Yes,
Okay. Thank you.
but that's for the ones that are here right now.
Correct.
The
Correct.
first-year teacher gets 2,000.
Hey, Doc, so just so we could get clarification. So you anticipated the ESSER cliff, well, the entire board did since 2020. I'm the only new one here, so I can't take credit for that. But, the board prior to you being here and then you as superintendent, you anticipated the ESSER cliff. You reduced that deficit without firing people, without laying anybody off, and we're giving a $4,000 raise.
Yes.
That's pretty good.
But again, it's a team effort. The principals most of them worked very hard with the ADA, and we had the staff plan together as to move people around, so it was a team effort, together with the board, because you all assisted. You all gave me the direction, the assistance to be able to do this.
Well, I tell you every board meeting that I'm very proud to have you as my superintendent.
Well, thank you.
Yes, we all are.
And so, yeah, kind of piggybacking off what Jackie said, if we could review that dropout prevention program, that is a super prime candidate for a Senate Bill 1882 agreement, and I know Region 1 will do it.
Yeah, we're already. We met with Dr. King already and his staff, so we're going full blast.
Awesome, Doc. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Guerra, any comments, questions? Okay. Mr. Trevino?
Yeah, so going back to the HVAC project, see with, my question is, if we allocated $6.3 million, why didn't we design something for the $6.3 million during that time? Why the big hike? Why did it jump all the way to $14 million or $16 million?
Trinity is here, we can ask him.
Mr. Munoz, would you like to please come to the podium? You can answer the questions.
Good evening, Superintendent, members of the board. I'm going to try my best to answer your question. Yes, we received 2 bids for the 3 elementary schools. We believe the bids are a little high, not too high, but still, within the what we call, average. However, the original budget that was set of $2 million for each school is a little low. Not only do we need to replace the equipment that's there, we also need to upgrade it so that it can provide enough outside air ventilation, which makes an increase in capacity. With an increase in capacity comes an increase in the electrical infrastructure, so we had to increase the entire electrical service to the school. So these 2 reasons are probably the biggest factors on why the budgets are coming in like at $4 million each school.
But I guess my question is, though, you designed the job, the scope for what these people were the contractors bid out, correct?
That is correct.
Were you aware that you were budgeting for $6.3 million or designing for $6.3 million at the time?
We knew the budget was low.
Did you know the amount was $6 million?
Our intentions were never to design a system to meet the budget. It was to get as close to it as possible.
I guess my concern is, I also, whenever you submit the last thing I ever want to do is submit a quote to a vendor, then go back and tell them, hey, once they give us a job, hey, sorry, but after looking at the job, it's really going to cost you an additional $3,000, an additional $5,000. I don't think that's good practice. So my question to you is, at the time when we opened this up, or at the time you proposed and you accepted this, I just don't understand, and when it was brought to our attention, I called Dr. Rivera or messaged him, because and I understand inflation, I understand all of that. I just don't see how we go from 6.3 to $16 million.
Could I ask a question on timeline? Because Doc, in your presentation, you said that this budget was set in the previous administration, and my first board meeting, we appointed you as the interim superintendent. But I remember as a board member, we selected Trinity to do this project. So, when was the budget set? When was Trinity hired? And when was it designed? Was by the time that I guess with that context, by the time that the board selected Trinity and by the time that the design was done, how old was that budget? I mean, obviously, Mr. Munoz wasn't part of the budget setting because he wasn't hired yet. Because I think you were here too when the board approved Trinity.
The previous leadership, previous administration, I don't want to say names.
Yeah.
Set that budget. But I think like a clarifying question is that at any time, did you or even our WISD staff advise the previous leadership that this was too low? Was he ever contacted and told this is too low, or this is already gonna come in too low? Was that ever, was anybody ever notified, or the leadership, the previous administration told?
We had talks on the budget, and we knew the budget was low. But we never discussed exactly where the numbers will come in at. It's not,
If I can jump in?
Yes.
And let me just clarify for the people watching, right? Because they're probably gonna wonder, they're hearing 6, they're hearing 16, they're thinking, okay, what's going on? This isn't, of course, prior to the bond, previous administration leadership. But when the school district is gonna do a construction project, and I don't like this at all, right? And so, but what happens is it's state required. You have to set the monies into the budget. So the district, without having any floor plans or having anything like that, has to kind of go off of expertise, consultants, market value, and say, okay, we're gonna fix these 3 schools, these AC systems, so let's put 10 million in the bank. Let's put 10 million in an account designated for that project, because the state doesn't allow the school district to go into processes for construction unless the money's already there.
earmarked, yeah.
Right?
Correct.
So, and my argument with this is, one, I want the public to hear, is that when you do that, it's like I tell customers, when you're gonna go build a house, don't tell the contractor how much you're approved for. Because if you're, a $250,000 house could turn into $295 if you tell them you're approved for 300. You keep that secret. But in the school system, the way it works, the way the system's built and set up, we have to put a designated amount into that budget. And that kind of already sets your maximum of how much you have to spend. And so, and in this case, the previous administration, whatever the intent was, they put 6.3. And then when the bids came in, which are still high, I'll be honest, that's my opinion, but we could work on that, but they're at 16.
So, but kind of going back, so it was, the budget was set before Dr. Rivera was here. That's a year and a half ago. When did we get the bids?
This month, early May.
Early May. So we got the bids a year and a half later, after the budget was set. When did we go out to bid?
Late April.
Yeah.
So 2 months ago.
Mid to late April.
23, April 23.
No, we got to bid like.
24.
Like.
No, we
a
went
month
out,
ago.
we went to contractors at 24, but you started when? That's what I think
So
he's
the
asking.
board approved
No,
of us to
for
do the
contractors.
design work
Oh,
in
contractors.
February of '23. And we started working on it with the staff. We didn't actually get into production until like late November, December of the drawings, after a lot of talks with the school district. And by February or March, we were ready to present to the bidders, so for their quotes, go out for bids. Administration had, some input on the front-end specifications so that the bidders can know what they're gonna be bidding at. So, we got received bids in May. Now, let me just say one thing. Look, if you really crunch out numbers and replace each piece of equipment like for like if you have a 5-ton unit there, you replace it with another 5-ton unit, the budget is realistic. Well, the problem is that you can't do that. If you go to the school district, the units that are there are not providing enough ventilation, if anything. So we gotta bring up the capacity to provide that fresh air, outside air ventilation into the classroom. So a 10-ton unit becomes a 15-ton unit, right? And the ductwork become bigger, and the electrical is higher. So it's the compounding issues that are stacked up on each other once, we find that the ventilation is not provided to the school district or to that particular project. So I think the original budget was set, replacing one piece of equipment for another.
Like for like.
But in reality, that's not what you all need.
Well, but yes, but is it gonna give us a longer lifespan? Or, right now, I know the units are about 20, 21, 22 years old.
Standard.
Is going up. Are isn't that the minimum standards though for those units right now that we have? Or are we under?
So we're not going up in capacity because they're gonna last longer. We're going up in capacity because that's what the code requires.
Code requirement.
So
So
we need to
we're not
provide
in-
the
we're not
outside
in
air
code right
ventilation. No, you're not, sir. You're significantly under code. So we gotta bring more fresh air into the building, and we don't have capacity to do that. So we need to increase the capacity of the units, the ductwork sizes, and the electrical to power those equipments. The electrical alone, we're estimating was about 1.5 million. So this is not HVAC. So if the bids came in at 4 million, about $1.5 million was just electrical upgrades. So I had a meeting with Dr. Rivera and staff, and I told them, I have a plan. Maybe we can leave everything as is and redesign the system such that most of the cooling, most of the power requirements are offsite in like a central plant, so that AEP can come and do, the heavy lifting and bring in electrical power with very minimal cost. And then we just bring chilled water to each one of the mechanical rooms. That was my solution I presented to the board. We're working on that. We're crunching numbers. It is going to be very, very difficult for us to kind of meet that budget, but we're not stopping from trying. And that's what we're doing right now. We had a meeting with them last week. And, by late last week, I gave them a figure, and this morning I was able to get close, but that's just our estimation. Hopefully, collectively as a team, we can encourage bidders to bid very competitively, and numbers can come in a little lower.
I want to make sure we use this money wisely. I don't want to put a Band-Aid over any of these projects.
No, yeah.
And I want to make sure we buy, doesn't have to be the Cadillac, doesn't have to be the lowest either, somewhere in the middle, because I think here in the valley, it's still going to last you, the unit's still going to last you 15, 20 years, whether it's the best, whether it's the cheapest, because of the humidity or what have you. So we're going to get the same, by the time those are paid, we're going to have to get a new set. And that's where, I know we've addressed this with Americo in the past, is we need to make sure we have a maintenance plan and not wait till this point to replace them all instead of going 2 or 3 campuses a year or what have you when we approach those times. But obviously, I don't want to substitute something less. What kind of a delay is this gonna cause? I know Dr. Rivera said 1 month.
I committed all our staff to jump on this project and provide the redesign measures needed so that we can take it out to bid, as Dr. Rivera mentioned, in June. And so we want to receive bids again sometime in June. So hopefully we can make the June meeting. If not, we can make the July meeting, or not just do a special board meeting so that we can discuss this and move forward. Like Dr. Rivera also mentioned, this is a year-long process. So we want to take advantage of this summer so that we can buy as much as we can. The system that we have in mind to design now is going to be, as mentioned earlier, an off-site central plant, which can be built concurrently with the school operation. It's not going to affect any of the operations. Next summer, it will be when the mechanical equipment from the mechanical rooms gets switched out, and the chilled water piping will be reconnected to those air handlers. So that's our thought. So by the end of next summer, everything should be completed.
So one comment, Doc, that I'd like to make, and even to all of our engineers, that our future engineers for our projects coming up, and this last one, I guess we could just chalk it up to a transition, right? A transition in leadership. But once a budget is set, we don't need to be waiting a year and a half to go out for bid, because I think we're going to keep running into the situation over and over again. So once a budget's set, our engineers, our architects, they need to get ready. So if Doc, I know you could hold them accountable. So yes, if we could avoid that situation moving forward, so we're not here asking these questions again next year.
Another thing I also wanted to talk about too was the number of bids that are submitted. Okay, and my comment has nothing to do with you, but it just has to do with the culture in the Rio Grande Valley. Okay, and I'm gonna be honest with it. Is that sometimes you have companies, as a company, when you're gonna do a bid, it takes time, it takes money. You have to bring in specialists, like for those construction companies. They have to think about their subs and their costs and their inventory and their materials. And in a lot of senses, these companies that are out there, you saw some that we brought in even with our engineers and our architects that had never worked in the valley before, never had opportunities, but they did in WISD. And I keep wanting to put this message out there, and I'm going to continue to do it throughout the whole bond process, is that we're open for business. We want the best out there to come and apply. Okay, it's not limited. The doors are not closed for those contractors out there. And we want to see the best come out. The ones that have the portfolios, the ones that have the experience, the ones that have the services, they can come and they can apply, and they have a chance. We're open for business, and I want them to know that, because in most cases, sometimes these contractors that are large companies, have a lot of experience, have great pricing as well, can knock out projects, don't apply because they feel, well, it's hard to get into South Texas and it's hard to tap into that because it's a closed circuit. Well, not Weslaco ISD, okay? And and I know that my board supports me in that comment as well, because they've said it themselves before. They want the best to apply, and that's exactly what we want to pay for our community, for our students, and for our infrastructure. So I just wanted that to be on record.
I'd like to make a comment though, right? My day in, day out job right now is bidding and construction. That's what I do also. So I know how it is. And I know when we go out to bid, and if they keep rejecting us and say, bring me back another one, bring me back another one, you get frustrated. You say, you know what? Forget it. I'm not going to bid with you anymore. There's always excuses as to why. We only got 2 bidders. We didn't get more. There's other proposals that we have that we've also rejected several times because there aren't enough bidders. So you're right. There are a lot of great people out there, but for some reason we only got 2. Now, is it the culture, our culture, where we're putting too many things? I hope not, too many obstacles, or this, now that. I hope not. But it's a little frustrating for construction companies. I know it personally, when you turn in bids and they say, forget it, I need another one, or forget it, we're gonna do something else. So it's just something to consider, that, like Ben said, we have to know.
And you have multi-million dollar
Yeah.
projects. I mean, these are multi-million dollar projects, and you're nobody's gonna sit there and lie to me and tell me, well, that we're in a boom, and then commercial is off, no, it's not. I mean, you can look at permits that are being pulled, you can see the drops, you see the news, you see the marketing reports, residential as well. The current interest rate and market, the way it is right now, it's slowing down. This is the prime time to jump in, and there should be a lot of people out there probably looking, hey, you know what, I'm not gonna get my usual cut, I'm not looking at my usual margin, but hey, work's work, I get everybody employed, I got equipment moving, I got staff moving, the company's still rolling and added to my portfolio. So, something is off there, but I think we just gotta be vocal and be loud so they can hear us, maybe North Texas, wherever they're at, throughout the whole state of Texas, is that we are looking for the best out there, the ones that have the
And
best
we
portfolio.
can have the best in the valley too. I mean,
Yeah,
our guys
exactly,
here
that too.
are the best, I think.
But why didn't
We
they
have-
apply, right?
But we have some good companies that
So-
turn in bids also.
Mhm.
But, it's nice to have more.
In general.
But I think they did a good job with what was presented to them. We
Right.
just want to see something less in the budget,
Mhm.
so.
Because that's the case. I mean, what is your theory? Just because the budget was too low, they got scared off? The budget was too low?
No,
and the
I mean,
system too hard?
if I can speculate, I would say it's the going from a hand delivery bid to a all digital bid. You can see people were working on digital bid, and the interest was there to bid. For some reason, some bidders just had one or two documents that were missing, and they were just not able to complete it.
And why did we switch? Why did we go from a hand delivery? I mean, we used to do that too.
I don't think we switched. I think we just opened it up to a digital format as well.
Okay.
Both options were available.
Oh, okay.
But maybe, I'm just gonna say, like, I don't know the real reason why, people didn't bid, but the interest was there.
Okay.
Just the last minute, we didn't get the bids.
Okay.
But we can see the progress of people trying to bid, but they just didn't finish that bid.
Oh, okay.
I spoke to Dr. Rivera about that if the administration could help us encourage some of these bidders and ask them to bid and tell them, hey, like, we're really looking forward to you bidding so that we can probably stimulate a little more interest in.
We want to see what they bring to the table. Yeah, definitely,
right.
100%.
So that's what we're gonna be doing. Okay?
How much longer is this gonna set us back, though? I know the design plan is gonna be a month, but what about everything else, the bidding process, opening it up again to contractors and so forth? I mean, there's a lot of work involved.
Yeah.
If there was only 2 contractors that submitted, and there's a good track record on those, I don't know, is there a way to negotiate it with them? I don't think they're the issue. To me, the issue is still with the design and trying to fit it to the $6.3 million. That's the issue, not the contractors, whoever bid it out.
Yeah.
So,
Look,
am I wrong or am I right?
The design is not the issue. I'll tell you right now, we can sit down and scrutinize it, and that's not the issue. The issue is we have more capacity now than what we have. If you have 280 tons, we're probably like at 440 tons now. So the capacity did go up. Just to give you a scale or a comparison, in 2008, 2016, which is going to be about 8 years ago. That's what I meant to say. We did the HVAC for Silva Gonzalez and Kate. And that was a really simple, just take one rooftop unit out and put it back in there for elementaries. And the prices came in at $1.5 million. So that was a real simple job. It was $1.5 million 8 years ago. So the budget is a little low for complete redo of the mechanical. Like I said, we're doing the best we can with what we have to bring costs down, but it's just cost money. Right?
Will the redesign cost us more money too?
So the redesign is not going to be a major overhaul. We're basically going to just remove and it goes to what you said earlier, the equipment outside gets weathered. In this particular design, we were trying to keep the same system that we have there, just improve it. The AC units are all on the roof. We're going to remove all those condensers from the roof and build one central plant. So we're going to just have 2 pieces of equipment instead of 100 pieces of equipment. So just the number of pieces are going to be a lot smaller. Then we're going to pipe in the water on the roof and then down into each mechanical room. So we're trying to reduce the amount of equipment that's going to be exposed to the outside and therefore prolonging the life of the equipment. Most of the time, the condensers that are outside are the ones that give out before the air handlers inside the building.
And are we going to be charged for a redesign?
No, ma'am. No, we're not.
No. So you're, yeah.
No, so our fees are structured on a percentage of construction, so.
So,
And
sir-
like I say, it's not gonna be a super, like, invasive redesign. It's gonna be very minimal.
So when you say consolidated, you're talking about like chillers?
Chillers, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Munoz, and with these chillers, the central plant, will we add more campuses down the road to that plant? Is that something just gonna be limited to these three
Yeah,
campuses?
You can, if you have two adjacent schools like Silva and Gonzalez, those already got done. These here, I don't think there's another school next to these schools, Airport, Memorial, and Bridge. I think they're kind of like on their own. So yeah, the central plant will just be dedicated for that particular school.
We can further discuss if you have any more questions.
That's enough for me.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you,
Appreciate
Mr.
it.
Munoz.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that is the end of the superintendent's report. So let's move on to the consent items. By now, we've all had some time to look at them. So I'll go one by one to see if you need to pull anything out. I hope not, but we shall see. Dr. Rodriguez?
I have none.
Trustee Cuellar?
None.
Trustee Castillo?
None.
Trustee Trevino? Trustee De Los Santos?
None.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve consent?
Second?
All right, let's go ahead and take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion passes to approve the consent agenda as written. And now we'll move on to item number 9, discussion items. 9A, update on trainings, conferences, events, and consider future agenda item requests by Board of Trustees. 9A1, date to schedule a ceremony on the Chip Vasquez Athletic Complex.
Yes, I want to have Mr. Robledo Carlos contact the family and see when they want to have the dedication, either June, July, or August.
Okay, so we'll decide a future. And then 9A2, date to schedule a budget workshop.
Okay, this is your call. The week available, let me see. The week available is June 17, 18, or 19. And Yvette will poll the board and see which is a good time for you to have it on that day.
We do have Naleo,
When's Father's Day?
18 to 20.
I'm not going in.
So in looking at our calendar, those are the kind of the dates available for us in June.
Okay, that's after SLI, that's okay.
Okay. Yeah, I know we do have Naleo during that time, so I don't know who else is going. Okay.
Or we can do it later. It doesn't have to be done. But the board approves the
June.
yeah, this is June. And the board approves the budget in July.
Right.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
We'll poll you.
Needed for a budget approval in July, correct?
Hey,
Yes.
you can still.
Okay. So June?
Let's just do it, okay. And then 9A3, date to schedule level 3 grievances.
I'd like to have it on the same dates.
Okay,
Have the workshop and the grievances on the same dates,
okay.
which is 17, 18, or 19.
Can you send us
Okay.
that poll, Doc?
Yes.
That Google sheet works pretty good.
Yes, we'll do it.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, thank you, Dr. Rivera. Anything else?
No, that's
Okay,
it.
so 10, number 10, discussion and possible action. 10A, Deputy Superintendent. 10A1, discussion and possible action for the Board of Trustees to accept a donation of $25,000 from Mr. Randall Margot for a new marquee and improvements at Dr. R.E. Margot Elementary School.
So move.
Absolutely. I'll second that. Let's go ahead and take it to a vote if there are no comments, questions. Trustee Cuellar.
Aye.
Trustee Castillo.
Aye.
Trustee Trevino. Trustee Nieto.
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos.
Aye.
Motion passes.
FYI, Mrs. Jackie?
Yes.
This particular gentleman is a graduate of Weslaco High School of class of 85, and they went to A&M, and then, of course, became an engineer, and he's donating that money to the school named after his father.
It's awesome.
It's awesome.
So-
Are they here or no?
No, he's not
Okay.
here. He lives in
Well, let me
Dallas.
see. Well, anyway, that's nice. $25,000. Wow. Thank you, Mr. Margot, for that.
His father was on the board, he was board president
Really?
during that time.
Wow.
awesome.
It's awesome. Good history from Weslaco. All right, item 10B, Maintenance and Operations Department. 10B1, discussion and possible action for the Board of Trustees to rescind the action taken during the June 21, 2022 regular board meeting on the method of construction for the Weslaco East High School baseball field and the Weslaco High School softball field artificial turf projects, including the Board of Trustees' delegation of their authority to the administration to rank the proposals to be received and the approval of criteria and points.
Move to approve?
Second.
All right, any comments?
Hey, Doc, just what's the basis?
Well, this one had 2 schools only, and the new one has 4 schools.
Oh, okay, awesome. So we're adding to it.
Adding to it.
We're adding to it.
There you go. That's a good reason.
All right, we'll go ahead and take it.
What's gonna be the process here, right? Are all 4 fields gonna be going on at once, or are we doing 2 and 2, or are we doing 1 and 1, and then, or is somebody getting all the, I wanna
Mr.
make
Frick?
sure it doesn't
Mr.
take,
Frick? The plan is to get all 4 at the same time. Mr. Frank? No, go ahead from there. You're okay.
It goes to get all 4 at the same time.
Same time.
so they're all 4 gonna be worked on? Yes, sir. At the same, okay. So roughly about the same,
That's what we want to do.
okay.
Any other
Thank you.
comments, questions? Okay, let's go ahead and take it to a vote. Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto?
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion passes. 10B2, discussion and possible action for the Board of Trustees to consider approval of a procurement method of construction for the Weslaco East High School and Weslaco High School baseball and softball field artificial turf projects. Number 1, Board of Trustees determination of a procurement method of the construction that will provide the best value to the Weslaco ISD for the project. Do we want to make a motion for all 3 or one by one?
We can do all 3.
All 3?
If we're gonna follow the same procedures. yes.
Okay. And then number 2, the determination to retain the authority or to give delegation to the administration. And number 3, approval of criteria points to be used for ranking the proposals. Do I have a motion?
Madam Board President, I'd like to make a motion on, with respect to 10B1, to follow the superintendent's recommendation. With respect to 10B2, to delegate it to the administration to rank the proposals. And number 3, to approve the superintendent's recommendations with respect to the criteria and points to be ranked for the proposals.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Castillo and a second by Mr. Nieto.
Okay, you always
Yeah, he said it. Do I have any other questions, comments? We'll go ahead and take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
And Mr. De Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion passes. 10B3, discussion and possible action for the Board of Trustees to select a firm to provide engineering services for the construction of the Weslaco East High School and Weslaco High School baseball and softball field artificial turf projects.
You have a list?
I'd like to make a motion for the board to consider Half Associates. They're one of the firms that came and presented to us during the bond projects.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Oh, there was several seconds there. I don't know who said it first, but I'll give it to Coach Cuellar. All right, we'll go ahead and take it to a vote. Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto?
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes for Half Associates. On to 10B4, discussion and possible action for the Board of Trustees to consider approval of a procurement method of construction for the retractable basketball goals for the following schools, Weslaco High School and Weslaco East High School. And then we have 3 parts to this again.
You want me to just make a
Go
motion?
ahead and make the motion.
Madam Board President, I make a motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation with respect to the procurement, to delegate to the superintendent the authority to rank the proposals, and to approve the superintendent's recommendations regarding the criterion points to be used for the ranking of the proposals.
Second, aye.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Dos Santos, any questions, comments, discussion? Let's go ahead and take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto?
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion passes. 10B5, discussion and possible action for the Board of Trustees to consider approval of a procurement method of construction for the band director's towers for Weslaco High School and Weslaco East High School. And we have the 3 parts again. Would someone like to make a motion? They're all looking at you.
Doing a good job.
Madam Board President, I'll make the motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation with respect to the procurement method, to delegate the authority to the administration to rank the proposals, and to approve the superintendent's recommendation with respect to the criterion points to be used for the ranking of the proposals.
Second?
Second by Mr. Nieto. All right, go ahead and take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto.
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos.
Aye.
Motion passes. On to 10C, Business and Finance. 10C1 is the Risk Management Department. 10C1A, discussion and possible action for the Board of Trustees to approve the renewal of the proposal award for BCBS of Texas for Healthcare, third-party administrator, TPA, utilization review, preferred provider organization, PPO network, access RFP number 23-05-38, and RFP number 23-05-37.
Madam Board President, if I may, if I could combine items 10C1A and 10C1B, because they're the same, they came in with the bid, the third-party administrator with the Blue Cross Blue Shield. And I'd like to make a motion to approve the recommendation of the administration to renew Blue Cross Blue Shield and to keep the same agent at the same terms.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Castillo and a second by Mr. De Los Santos. Do I have any questions, comments, discussion? None? We'll go ahead and take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto.
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion passes. 10C1C, discussion and possible action for the Board of Trustees to approve the renewal of the student athletic and accident insurance, athletic catastrophic and voluntary insurance, or authorize administration to solicit proposals for the same RFP number 22-06-20.
Madam Board President, on this one, I know this is a little bit different, and my justification for this is that Dr. Cantu wasn't here, and neither was Dr. Rivera when this was selected. I would like to go out to bid it, and that would be my motion for that reason.
Okay, do I have a second? I'll go ahead and second. So we will go ahead and, are there any questions, comments?
Are we, so we're motioning for bid, so administration's recommendation is to renew based on the experience with the trainers. Is that what I read in the packet?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they're here. Let's see what they have to say.
Well, we have a motion first.
Oh,
Yeah, we have a motion, but that's why I asked, are there any questions, comments, or anybody? But Mr. Castillo did say that the reasoning behind it is because when Dr. Cantu wasn't here and Mr. Rivera wasn't here, this, I guess, company was picked before. And how long ago was that?
They've actually been with us for several cycles. I believe this is their third cycle.
So about 9 years?
I don't know exactly, but for at least the last 22 years, we've
Wow.
been with this company either for an extended amount of years and then off and then back on again.
Doc, do
So-
you have an issue with us going out for bid, or do you feel strongly to renew?
Let me ask staff what they feel.
So we met, good evening, so we met with the trainers last week, and they are the front runners with all the athletic injuries that we have. And based on their recommendation, they're very satisfied with what we have right now. We haven't had any issues, and I'll go ahead and let them explain the process they go through.
It's one of the top insurance for athletes. But go ahead, trainers.
Well, I mean, that's true. So we work with it just about almost every day, okay? So this insurance does cover not just athletics, but all activities from 7th grade through 12th grade. That would be your band students, cheerleaders, even your exactly, mariachis also. So, but because athletics and injuries are very high, we deal with it more than all those other groups.
I mean, just kind of remember, like, my motion is not to terminate them. My motion is to go out for bid.
That's what I was gonna say.
They could still get it if the board does decide to go out for bid. I mean, we did this with the delinquent tax attorneys, and we still stayed with the same vendor. So, I mean, again, we've had them for 22 years. That's just kind of my basis to see what's out there, test the market. But
we haven't had them for 22 consecutive years, correct?
No. That's correct. No.
If you
It's
do
been-
go out,
What's the consecutive years that we've had them?
One.
I don't know that information accurately, but I mean, I think there's been times we've had them for about 2 years and then
Last
off,
year we went
and
out
then
for
back
bids.
on for 2 years.
So would it be fair to ask, okay, so would it
Did
be
we
fair
go
to
out for
ask
bids?
that?
I think last year
would
we
it-
went out for bids.
No, this is.
Well, this is my question right here. I just want to, if I can ask this one question, please, because it's important to me, You said that you've had consecutive years, you've had a certain number of years, you've been off of it, then you came back to it. During that time when you went off, did our students receive less services? Were they receiving, was the treatment or services they were getting, did it go down? And that's why you went back to this company? Because it was the better option, or why did you go back to it? I mean, was it because it was just
I think it was mainly because, in
The
my opinion,
coverage?
I think it was mainly because just of the bid process, the premium pricing maybe.
Okay.
There was a time I remember while years back where our premiums for this type of insurance was very, very high. From my understanding now, it's actually at one of the all-time lows, maybe.
And all our kids are
in
taken
recent
care
times.
of with this, right? I mean,
What's that?
there's a good service for them. They're taken care of. If they get injured, they're covered. Their
Correct.
families are protected.
So let's say we would go out for bids. We're not going to lose this company because we went out for bids, the way we've been told for other times before. Well, if we go out for bids, we're going to terminate our rate that we have right now. That doesn't happen.
There's no guarantee that we would get the same rate rebid. So, for example, this is the third year that they've had a price lock.
That was my next question.
So this is the third and last year of a renewal.
Right.
Next year, we definitely need to go as per procurement method, processes. We have to go out for bid next year. This year, we're actually paying the same rate that we did 3 years ago when it was first awarded. Anytime that you can buy something that you can, spend the same amount of money for the same product that you bought it for at the price of 3 years ago, I think it's, worth considering.
But we're not bidding it like, oh, we need to renew it next month. So we're bidding it with enough time to say, okay, you know what, we want to keep them or we don't want to keep them.
This is a start date of 8/1.
August.
So, August.
So we have enough time to go out for bids and then say, you know what?
But because of the timeline, we might have to call a special meeting in July to make timeline.
I mean, if that saves the district money, I don't mind coming to, I'm just wanting to know, is there something that we can save on that does just as good of a job as what they're doing? And if it's not going to hurt us to at least get those numbers in without getting rid of the insurance we already have, keeping them still, and then we can decide, and that's my reason.
I just want to be clear, there's no guarantee that we'll keep them because they might not be able to honor that same price once they go out. They talk, to their adjusters and to.
But there's
Well,
also.
when do we have to renew them?
But
Is it
there's
until
also,
August?
8/1.
there's also no guarantee that we get a lower price either. I mean, we
Correct.
could get a lower price as well. I mean, you
Correct.
just don't know until you test the
Well,
market.
that's why I'm always for, let's
Me
go out and
too.
rebid, let's
I work
test the
in
market.
construction. We always
But
go
in
out
this
for bids.
case, I did read the no change, which is excellent, and I read you guys' feedback, but, the administration in general, you guys are all in favor of keeping this company. I'm always in favor of going out and, I know we had a lot of items under consent that were risk management, and we kept, for whatever reason, we didn't go out for those, and I think some of those are more
Because you
high
can always
dollar.
pull them out, just pull them out.
They're high dollar than compared to this, but.
Right now, we have a motion on the floor. We can vote on that, and then we can have another motion if we want to keep them. So
Yeah, let's
depending
do
on
that.
on what the vote.
Let's do that. All right, we'll go ahead and take it to a vote to go out for bids. Dr. Rodriguez.
No.
Dr. Coach Cuellar.
No.
Mr. Castillo.
Yes.
Mr. Trevino.
No.
Mr. Nieto.
No.
Okay, Mr. De Los Santos.
No.
All right, so motion does not pass. So now that it did not pass,
Make
do I have a
to
motion?
approve. I make a motion to approve the administration's recommendation and renew.
I'll second that.
Okay, any other questions, comments? We'll go ahead and take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez.
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar.
Aye.
Trustee Castillo.
Aye.
Trustee Trevino.
Aye.
Trustee Nieto.
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. We will go ahead and renew. 11, Lone Star Governance Presentation. 11A, Monitoring Calendar, Ms. Solano.
Yes, hi, good evening, Madam President, board members, Dr. Rivera, and community. So this is actually the fourth month with our LSD presentations. You all received the presentation ahead of time for your review. So again, one of the first sheets just has our approved board monitoring calendar that takes you month by month. What is it that we will be sharing with you and the community? So in our next slide, this month, under the academic section, we will be reviewing Goal 3, the progress we have made towards Goal 3, which is making sure that the percent of sixth grade students meet the performance level at the Meets Plus for STAR Math will increase from 24% to 56%. Again, the GPMs that we are presenting tonight will solely be towards meeting this goal of our sixth graders, as we determined as a board, superintendent, and cabinet team that sixth grade, a transition year from elementary to middle school, is a grade level that we need to closely monitor, right, at the Meets Plus. So if we move on to the next slide, which is what we are presenting on tonight, GPM 3.1. GPM 3.1, we felt that monitoring fourth grade closely to ensure that we meet the Goal 3 for HB3, purposes is at the Meets Plus, we are monitoring the math benchmarks, and our goal is to increase from 51% last year at the Meets Plus to 53%, so a 2% increase. In our benchmark number 2, we were at a 44% already. Again, from benchmark to now, we are talking about 8 weeks of instruction, if not more, at some point. So we feel we are on track. If you could see to the table to the right-hand side, it has the different special populations. Each population has their own specific target based on previous STAR results. And we feel we are on target with all special pops, right? The areas of focus list the SEs for that specific grade level that we needed to address, right, that were put in place. Campuses put action plans, obviously, in place as soon as they got data and responded to that data before they took their STAR EOC exams, right? So next GPM is closely monitoring 5th grade, right? So 4th and 5th grade were our target grade levels to ensure 6th graders were on target to meeting their meets performance level. So 5th grade at the meets performance level, the expectation this year was from previous year, 51%, move to 53%. And they were at benchmark number 2 mark, they were at a 46%, very close. Right, so we felt, as campus administration met with our school leadership, ERC&I team, we felt we were on track to meeting the target for the end of the year. Again, you see the special population table to the right-hand side with our special pops performing very closely to their specific target that was set, right? And those are the areas of skills for 5th grade math, right, that were shown of a concern, right, or needed to be addressed within the intervention period before STAR was administered. So 4th and 5th grade math, those are the scores. Again, once again, we are on track, right? So the next slide that you have, it shows the campus report for 3.1, 3.2, 4th and 5th grade at the meets performance level for math. Right, so by the time we discuss this with you, we have met with campus administration. Campus administration has shared this with their teachers, instructional coaches. Everyone has received presentation. Everyone has time to provide input. What is working, right? Campuses provided, or school leadership, CNI provided feedback with data-driven instructional planning. For the campuses that are doing really well, one of the key components is a lot of data digging, right? Data-driven instruction decisions, right? Vertical planning opportunities across grade levels, amongst the same grade levels, teachers, POC day across all campuses, right? We integrated that and put that in place this year, making sure that teachers have the opportunity to collaborate and plan together. Various learning experiences, right? It's not just your hard copy books, it's your digital, it's your hands-on learning, and so on. Instructional programs and purchases. We've made some really good purchases, some solid, sound purchases, but we've also looked and reevaluated others, right? Formative assessments are in place every so often, periodically, so that they can give us that diagnostic or score before we even take a benchmark, right? Not waiting the long times. STAR tutors as well have helped, or STAR mentors. TEACS resource system, which is our main TEACS hub platform that we collaborate with Region 1, and high yield instructional strategies is what we feel make a successful classroom. What needs more attention? District-wide POC planning. We understand in our POC days, we are kept at the campuses. Some teachers have voice, they want to collaborate with others from other campuses that are being successful. So we're navigating through that for this upcoming school year to see how we can do that through our POC days. The RBs, which is the research-based instructional strategies math training that is coming to all of our math teachers in August. And we're also reviewing the scope and sequence for our math curriculum in the elementary levels, more in depth. One of the requests is continuous spiraling of SEs, right? Continuous spiraling of SEs. So that is for our math GPMs.
Before you move on, just so I don't forget the progress monitoring questions, I'm looking at the campuses here. The ones in green are the ones that hit the target
or exceeded,
of 53% or higher for 4th grade, and then 5th grade, 53 also.
Yes.
My question is, the ones that are in white, and you kind of mentioned how we're going to do this, but how can we replicate what is happening in the schools that are in green? How can we replicate what they're doing in the schools that are not in green?
So collaborative planning, right? What works at one campus with similar population may be replicated again through a lot of collaborative planning, right? So we understand, and one of the things that we have seen, fidelity to PLCs, it's teacher planning. We understand that the secondaries have a planning period, elementaries don't. So it's very difficult to provide planning during the day to elementary because all they have is a conference, right? And teachers have that conference time for their stuff, right, to work on their items. So if we are faithful to that planning day, right, we have a planning time, which is on Fridays for elementaries, and we're very intentional, which we're revisiting those kind of agendas and expectations during our leadership week in June for all administration is how do successful schools use planning time, POC, right? Especially at the elementary level that we understand it's the foundation. And if we expect to make a change in 6th grade, we have to make sure that our elementaries are all strong across.
So are the schools in green having different planning days than the schools in white?
Their agendas in what we've reviewed do look different, have some key factors or common formative assessments, right? Periodically, not waiting for a benchmark as well. What do we do with data? Again, a lot of data-driven decisions.
I mean, I'm not gonna name names here, but I'm looking at one campus in white and I'm looking at one campus in green. Those two populations between those campuses, EBs, things like that, they're completely different too. That plays a factor also in some of these
Most
sports.
definitely, right.
So it's not that the instruction's there.
Right.
It's not that maybe the planning and the structure isn't there. It's just maybe the populations. Some campuses have populations that are how do I put it? Put more of a strain on the educational the instruction.
Yes.
And so there's a lot to cover and a lot of obstacles that they gotta target. A lot of obstacles they have to overcome.
Right.
And so sometimes, I just want to put out there, because you're on the right track, but sometimes you're never going to be able to have one campus match the other because the populations are just different.
Right.
But there's still good education, good training, and then,
Right.
we still
So
got good campus.
their POC planning, that's why it has been kept at the campus level because populations are different, right? Their needs are different, right? Some may be stronger in math, others in reading. Grade
I mean,
levels
in
across.
Weslaco, it's really kind of, it's different, but not like
Right.
But
a lot.
you mentioned that, a lot of times you use the best practices from another school to see
That's
what you can do to improve.
Correct.
Regardless of economic disadvantage or
Most
whatever.
definitely.
That's difficult.
Yeah.
You have a
Educational barriers.
yeah, it's tough.
But that's one of our constraints, or the superintendent's constraint, right? The
Equity of resources.
Equity of resources, and sometimes equity doesn't mean equal.
Right.
And that was
Sometimes
my
that
next
means
question. What can we
more,
do?
Right.
And that's when you leverage, because even
Right.
funding is different for those campuses as well. Those campuses, some of them in white, I'm looking at one at white right now, I can tell you that they're probably getting more per student than one of the other campuses.
Right.
They're getting more revenue, so they should have more resources, because
Right.
that funding is, I don't know how we're breaking down and spreading out the wealth, as far as campuses and the money that's coming in, but that's also another factor. as
Most
well.
definitely. And those are things that we consider to include even our instructional support that is provided to those campuses, right? Which we know and we understand that the data shows that there is need, right? Yes.
Yeah,
And just
'cause
to
It's a
remind
lot of variables, in other words, yeah.
Just to remind the board, we did get progress monitoring like STEM, so that's what I'm using as a who, what, when, where, why
See.
thing. I'm not just, throwing it out there, so.
So if I could ask a question, so what are we doing at those campuses that are white to meet that constraint, to make sure that there is equity, which means in some cases, more resources to ensure that they have the same opportunities?
Right. So at some campuses, we did include or implemented the ESF, right, Effective Schools Framework. We brought in Region 1, we partnered up. We also have a collaboration, right, through our C&I team where schools are part of the LASSO grant, right, and are being closely monitored because we understand that the data looks different, the need is different, to include high-quality instructional materials, right, the support that they get. They receive support to even just reviewing the resources that are in place. I will tell you, like I've mentioned in the past months, the number one constraint has been the fidelity to a high-quality instructional material, right? And that is going to affect or impact our Tier 1 instruction, right? If we fix that across the board, right, the fidelity to a high-quality instructional material, which comes down to our adoption and the supplemental material that we reviewed, we vetted, right, and we've selected, then a lot of the data should look similar because you're impacting tier 1 instruction.
So right now, on that, so what more resources looks like to us, or how we're implementing more resources, is that more professional development to teachers, or is that more classroom time for a student who maybe didn't do so well in math? Do we take away a, what are those called? The electives, there you go. Do you take away an elective and give them more math?
Right. So it looks different at every campus, right? Because for some, it may be that they go out and they get an additional resource, right? A purchase of a program or a software, right? Because that is what it's going to meet their need. For others, they have like power hours, right? They have an acceleration remediation period that takes care of making sure that students are going to meet the target or the goal. So it really depends on the campus, right? For others, it may be just simple after-school tutoring, right? For others, it
More
may
seat
be
time.
our instructional coordinators going into PLC and planning with them, lesson planning, right?
And then
So
one other question that I have, because it's that time of year, right, where we're getting the, your kids are being tested and all that kind of good stuff, and the diagnostic as well. Is our materials, our curriculum, is that aligned to the diagnostic test? Because, I mean, if the kids aren't being taught
right.
what they're being tested on, well, then how are we going to expect for them to do well?
Most definitely, Mr. Castillo. So one of the things that we've seen through the vetting of instructional resources, and we've done a lot of that, right? You requested, what is our return of investment? A lot of what we have seen is we do have numerous assessments in place that one can take care of all, right? And guarantees fidelity to the curriculum, right? And that is what we're making changes for next year, because we want to minimize assessment time and increase instructional time, because we know that that's where we're going to get student outcome results.
But if the kid's being tested on something they're not being taught.
Right, correct. And we consider all of that, right? If ever there is a test that, is teaching up to the 6 weeks, right? We run 2 scores, right? We run the score of where are they at, right, to accelerate with the overall entire exam, and where are we at based on our scope and sequence.
I just want one last comment, and I'll shut up. I've been sitting in these LSG, presentations at different school districts, and one thing that keeps coming up, everybody uses MAP, right? So the MAP tests one thing, but some districts are seeing that the curriculum necessarily isn't aligned to MAP. Right. And so it's affecting this data that's being presented to the board. Are we taking a deep dive into that to ensure that we're not running into that same problem?
So we use MAP for the early childhood areas, right, that is aligned to our HB3 goal for 3rd grade in specific. However, MAP is being reviewed, or we're going to go under a planning year, study year for next year for K-2 again with MAP, because we understand that it is a nationwide, it's based on nationwide rubrics, norms, right? And we want to make sure our elementary principals and teachers actually just adopted a resource, which is iReady, right? That was under consent as well. And that is aligned to Texas standards, right? And it's a diagnostic and provides the prescription. MAP is a diagnostic, and that is where teachers don't feel comfortable because it doesn't provide the prescription.
So I want to ask a question real quick, and I'm going to answer one real fast. Is it fair to say MAP is not a standardized test? I want to point that out. Standardized test is your star. That's our Super Bowl. For those that work in the educational field, that's our Super Bowl. That's where every single district, when those days come, we're stepping up to the plate, and our kids go in there, they test. It's a standardized test, meaning that the 3rd grader in Memorial is going to be taking the same test as the 3rd grader at PSGA. When you go into a classroom and you do a MAP test, that is a open kind of format test that evolves and it modifies and adapts to the tester. So if that tester, we're both in 1st grade, if he's actually below grade level, that test is going to readjust itself to test him at a lower grade level.
Right.
So it can identify the weaknesses.
Yes.
If I'm in 1st grade too, but I'm already at the 2nd grade level. So it's going to take me to 2nd or maybe 2.5 and keep pushing me into a C's that I can't go anymore.
Most definitely.
And then it's going to give those results to the teacher so they can identify where their kids fall. So that's why I kind of just say I don't really want to say, well, this campus is here and that campus is there, because you'd never be able to do that with MAP, because MAP is continuously evolving, and every single child in that lab is taking a different test.
most definitely. Measures the achievement and growth.
Right.
Right, for each child.
Okay, so what I was going to tell you, iReady, they took it this last year, right, already, the kids, that test, the math test, the iReady? I was speaking to some students today. Mr. Nieto and I were speaking to some students about just get feedback from them. And I had spoke to some fourth grade teachers a couple of weeks before also dealing with, the testing. And they said, it's just test after test after test, and we just take so many tests. By the time that we take the last one, I think they took this last one after STAR, correct? It was STAR, and then they took this last benchmark?
Which grade level, Ms. Usteta? Fourth grade does, there are 2 benchmarks a year.
The end of the year?
Right, and then there's STAR, the state required exams.
So they didn't take one after STAR?
No, that was optional.
Did they take one after STAR? Matt, that one, that's the one I'm talking about.
Fourth grade, fourth grade, if it's fourth grade STAR, right, STAR grade level or content subjects, that was optional.
Yes, but what I'm talking about is they took a STAR test, and then after the STAR test, they had to take another MAP test, and they said the kids are just burned out. They're not even trying anymore. They're done with testing. We went to the high school today, and we said, give us feedback. What can we help you with? And they said, look at the calendars, the school calendars, because you don't give us any time off at the beginning of the year. I think like from August to December, they said, we're just testing. And then, what did he say, Mr. Nieto? Something about, it was during Thanksgiving, or I don't know. They didn't have a break, really. Maybe they're taking college classes or
and
something.
we're talking to some AP students that it's difficult for them to do so many tests, but then also that they get burned out.
Yeah.
And so.
And that's what I want to just, it's a lot of testing. It is. I was a teacher. I was test. But I just want to make sure maybe if we can, I don't know, something we can do there to just.
We are working on that, and that's why we are reevaluating our testing calendar and our resources, right? Because our goal is, as for example, we're adopting the new science curriculum, right? Our new adoption, McGraw-Hill, that got approved last month. That adoption has embedded unit exams. So no need to benchmark anymore, right? Because the adoption has that, and it guarantees fidelity to that. That is what we're looking for, so that we don't have a need to benchmark.
And it'll be continuous monitoring.
Yes, most definitely.
It'll be more tests, though, but I mean, at a smaller minimal amount.
Right, it replaces those Friday teacher-created tests and all of that
Well, I
stuff.
mean, the principles of assessment is to identify needs as you go, and then you can spiral and come back and reteach and then cover gaps. I mean, I understand, because, we deal with that all the time. And it's tough, too, because then people say, well, why? Because before we didn't do that. If you think back, and you go back 15, 20 years, because you had less assessments, but the game has changed, and the standards are so high, and the districts are rated at such a percentage. Even looking at, I remember I was talking to our pre-K4. I was telling Dr. Rivera, man, those pre-K3 and 4 classes that I went into, they're outstanding, as far as what those teachers are doing. But even if you're looking at your kinder map, but some of the content that they're exposed to, it's just unbelievable that they're even expected to know that content. So the game has changed as far as the state just keeps pushing the bar, which to me, personally, I think that's what we need to do, right? Our kids need to be college ready, college and career ready. But I understand that there is frustration. We see it all the time, but there's a lot of good data. And in order to be data driven, you got to get data. But thank you.
Yes, so goal 4 now focuses on the content area of reading. Again, for 4th and 5th grade, you see that is goal 4, that first slide, which is again to maximize at the meets performance for 6th graders, right, from 38% to 53% within a 5-year period. So GPM 4.1 again has our 4th grade meets performance data, and the goal was to increase by 2%, right, to meet the 50% target. Middle of the year, or benchmark number 2, we were already at a 45. So we feel we are on track, and again, you have the special population data. We have made significant gains to closing those gaps in our special populations, and continue to work very hard and diligently to make sure that that happens. Areas of focus are listed for that specific grade level, 4th grade reading in the right corner. 5th grade, which is GPM 4.2, again at the meets performance level, the goal was to increase by 1% because we were already scoring almost at the state target, right? Which the state target is a 60% at the meets, 57 to 58 for this year. We were currently at benchmark 2, we were at a 52%, again with still weeks left of instruction before STAR, so we feel we are on track, and again the data is there for the special populations and the SC. And then that third page of that specific goal is the 4.1, 4.2 campus report. Again, ask for principal or campus feedback along with our school leadership, CNI teams. What's working? A lot of the PD, right? Specific PD that is brought, right? Not all PD is, the greatest, right? But we find PD that works. For some campuses share out. We bring them again. Campuses go out and vet PD on their own as well and provide those opportunities for teachers. PLCs, right? That is one of the most common things that we see. Fidelity to the PLCs has brought a lot of good collaboration, a lot of good feedback, a lot of good decisions, right? STAR mentors, better understanding of STAR 2.0. Reminder, this is barely our second year in STAR 2.0, right? So this is going to be a good year to compare data from last year to this year to see the gains.
Is there data that shows the data from benchmark number 1 to, at least if we could see if it's going like that? Is that the next slide?
So, the which one, Mr. Castillo, I'm sorry?
Like from benchmark 1 to benchmark 2, there's
We do have that data. We can provide you in a board update. That data.
Okay, it's not on here.
It's not on here. Right, it's not on
What
here.
does the yellow
The yellow is like 5 points away. It's still not there, but it's about 5 points away.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so at least, the ones that are in white, we could see if they're at least going up, you know what I mean?
Most definitely, yes. So, again, what needs more attention, I will say, in a summary, Tier 1 instruction, right? Fidelity to our adopted curriculum. So that brings best practices. So that's our report on student data.
I don't know if Ms. Garcia would mind, but I know that Gonzalez Elementary, the percentage is really high. They're doing really great things at Gonzalez, and I'm just thinking, what are they doing that we can replicate in other schools? And maybe you can come up here and you're the principal, to give us some feedback on what are you doing at your school that is making you very successful? Because like Mark said, there's different kinds of populations in every school, but you have, so just share with us.
Number 1, I have outstanding teachers.
There you go.
So I was reassigned to Gonzalez 9 years ago. And my goal at any campus, even as a teacher, is to be the best. That's the honest truth. So how do I do that? I look for training that is research-based. I bring it to my campus. I train my teachers on how to use it. And then Mrs. Luna was with me, one of my facilitators. For one of my programs, which was SIPS, which is a reading program, I said, you will create a schedule. You will walk into every classroom and ensure that each teacher is doing what they're supposed to be doing. So she did that. So our teachers, but at the same time, I brought in the consultant, actually one of the core authors of that program, to come and coach and mentor my teachers. So it cost a lot of money, but central office is very supportive anytime I've brought something. When I worked with Mr. Nieto, Roman Nieto, we brought in guided reading. And with that came Dr. Maggie, and you were there.
Yeah.
So I brought her in, we trained our teachers, brought her in to mentor and coach our teachers. And so years later, I get moved to Northbridge, did the same thing, 2 programs. Got moved to Justice Gonzalez, 2 programs, but we follow them with fidelity. So my other goal was to embed PLCs or implement PLCs. I could never get around to really planning it in my head. Like I knew what I wanted. I knew that if we met as teachers and as teams and vertically aligned instruction, that we could get things done. So Perla Chavez was a math strategist. I encouraged her to come be the coach at Gonzalez. So when she came, we were talking about that during the summer, and I said, hey, I really want to do PLCs. I don't know how to do this. She started working on a plan, said, let's do it on Fridays. So we started that last year. So this is our second year doing PLCs and vertical aligning. The other thing that I allow my teachers is, if they come to me and they say, Ms. Garcia, can you give us a half-day planning so we can meet as 3rd through 5th grade teachers, language arts, math, whatever. It could be 1st grade. I will cover their classrooms and give them the day or half a day to plan. I always say, if I can give teachers the time to plan, they will be so much better prepared than if I don't give them and they're trying to figure out what to do in the classroom. But if you plan
and you know what you're going to go in with a plan, then you know what, you're going to provide good instruction. So, and like I said, I mean, the teachers at Gonzalez, I think all our teachers in the district are good. I really do. I think they work really hard. I think it's just having a plan, having an idea. And I have very high expectations. And so, but I start with me. Like, so then if I have high expectations, then I expect that from my teachers, and then they expect that from my kids. So that's, I mean, honestly, I tell my teachers when they say, it's a lot, because guided reading was a lot, you were there, we have to create, we literally have to create our own material. And I tell them, but it's just the first year. And then after that, you're good to go. And when it's a lot of work, I tell them, you see though, look at where you are now, right? And
the
I
data
think that's what
reflects
it
that.
is.
What you guys are doing
It's
really
what
good.
it is. I mean, and we start in kinder. So that's the other thing. I hold my pre-K through second grade teachers accountable, and I tell them the results in third and fourth grade are because of you. So if you don't prepare our kids, then I can't expect, right, miracles at third, fourth, and fifth. So I try to have the better teachers in the lower levels. I'm huge on the foundation. So, and just a lot of support for our teachers. They need me to model a lesson, I will be there modeling a lesson for you. You want me to teach your class for 6 weeks? I've done that, I've taught for 6 weeks. I teach one class, you teach the other, and I'm there, like following up. So it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, but it's worth it.
Well, you're doing
It's
great.
worth it when my
Yeah.
kids are being successful.
That's
So
awesome.
I love it.
Thank you so much for all the
You're
advice and
welcome.
the tips. That's awesome to, good to know. Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you to all the principals, because I know it's not easy. Everyone, everyone's doing great. I always look at Gonzalez and wow, like their scores are just way up there. And I know where they started before, so that just really caught my eye. But thank you for sharing that.
Yes, so moving on, we have the second portion of this LSG report, which is the superintendent constraints, which the focus this evening is 1.1, discipline reports. The constraint progress measure that was said was to make sure that discipline reports, right, fights in specific, decrease. However, we did decide when it was approved that 2024 would be a baseline year, and this is why we can't say tonight that it has been met, as this is the data. This is the first year that we will collect data and compare it to next year's data. So you do have in the table on your next slide, you have just fights, right, reported by 6 weeks at the different campuses. One of the things that we are going to be looking or comparing it with next year's data is to make sure that there is a decrease of 3%, right, at least. So what is working, right? In meeting with Mr. Perez, right, Dr. Cantu, him, and the behavior coordinators, Mr. Perez, one of the things, in cabinet, one of the things that Dr. Rivera has in place, and that you all see it too, right, is principals' weekly reports to the superintendent, right? They started this semester, and that obviously creates a sense of high expectations, right? High ADA, low fights, right? That is something common that we remind our principals weekly. So that has given us great results. Mr. Perez also conducts campus visits daily to assist with discipline concerns and provide CAPE support to those campuses in need. From elementaries all the way to the high schools. Monthly campus behavior coordinator meetings are scheduled with Mr. Perez just for guidance and additional support with any new policies or things in place, which I know he's going to be attending a student code of conduct meeting, right, for the student handbook. So safety and security meetings are also held and trainings with our guards, because we know that they play a huge role too in making sure that our schools are safe in partnership with Weslaco PD, right? What we know needs more attention, right, and this is not district, but it's statewide, as it's been discussed in multiple meetings too, is develop richer rapport between students and staff, right? And we say this so that staff or students can report and we can prevent before a fight breaks out, right? Develop stronger consequences for recording and or posting fights on social media. We have heard over and over again, it starts with social media, right, and the posting. So we are definitely looking into that to make sure that consequences, that we are strict with consequences, firm, fair, and consistent, like Dr. Rivera says, right? Continue to study proactive approaches to intervention, as we know that this is key to preventing fights, strategically utilizing security guards to minimize fights, right? In our coordinator meetings, monthly meetings, that has been a key, right? Increasing reporting to Crime Stopper tips. We know that those who report, we prevent a fight from breaking out, right? So obviously making sure that that happens. Limiting student access to unsupervised area where needed, right? Knowing where these areas exist at your campus, identifying and make sure that they have no access to that whenever there's no supervision. Provide counseling support to students with conflict during crisis, promote conflict resolution strategies, which we know that our counseling department handles. And that is our report for LSD tonight.
Can you guys give the board the total, that information so we know what campuses and stuff?
Most definitely.
I wanted to say that we went to, I went to a school, and I talked to this with the other board members and then Dr. Rivera. We went to a school board conference, and there they had a district that presented on LSG and their scores, and it kind of really opened my eyes, because, I mean, I work in a neighboring district, and I serve here, but I really never dug, I was too busy digging, taking a deep dive here than looking everywhere else, but I started to, because it really opened my eyes, and I said, wow, their targets and their goals and where they're hoping to get to in the future years, we're at, and we're going even further, right, with the meets percentages. We came out in Weslaco in January when the Monitor did the article talking about our previous year's STAR scores, that we were in the top 5 of all the 6A districts here in Region 1. We were in the top 5 as far as competitiveness about approaches. And then when I saw the meets percentages, I was like, wow, I mean, our school district is really, really doing very well. I mean, exceeding and really setting a high standard at that percentage of that level. Because parents know approaches, meets, and exceeds. Approaches, it's like a D. It's not really, or a very low C, I would consider it, because they still need help and assistance. They still pass. But meets is on grade level. And you're college ready. And we have a very high percentage of our students compared to other districts. I mean, I'm talking about double digits ahead of them. And so I had told Dr. Rivera that I was very proud of that structure that's been, and that's something that's been in there for not since I've been on the board. That's just the culture and climate here in Weslaco ISD, right? To set the standard. And they've been doing that for decades. And to see that they continue to do that regardless of situations, regardless of pandemics, bouncing back, closing the gaps, I was like, wow, we got a great team here. We got a great staff too. So
Most
I
definitely,
just want to highlight that for them as well too, and their staff.
Ms. Solano, my question is, I know there's the fights happening, right? But after the fights happen, I don't know if they get sent to ISS or they get suspended, but is there any mediation between these kids where they, I don't know how that works nowadays, but they sign, like, do they get to talk to each other and say, you know what, let's figure this out together? Because you send them away, they're gonna come back mad still. So that's contracts, there's something there in place to help.
Most definitely, and counseling supports, right? They also get referred to the counseling supports, because sometimes it is a crisis, right? There was an outcry, or something was happening, right? So we definitely want to promote seeking the support before it breaks, the fight breaks, right? So that is our goal, and that is what the behavior coordinator's monthly meeting addresses. How can we preventative strategies to put in place?
And the fights are in the secondary schools?
Yeah.
Elementary?
Right.
Yeah.
Zero.
Yes.
No fights at all in the elementaries.
And I just want to make sure there's counselors available, because that's some other feedback that we got today from the high school kids when we went today. The counselors are doing great, but I get it. Sometimes they're busy. I was trying that 80-20 schedule that they want to stick to. But they did say, I wish my counselors were just a little bit more available to meet with us. And I know we're all busy, but that's what we're here for, right? The kids. And we want to make sure that if something does happen, that we're there to support them emotionally and mentally.
Most definitely.
Yes.
Yeah. But you guys are doing great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. And that is the end of the presentation, Ms. Solano?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much to all the staff and everybody for your work with this and your help. And I believe that is the last item before closed meeting.
No, they have it for action.
Oh,
You have to now approve the presentation.
that's right. I forgot. We need to talk to Coach Ramos. We're a little behind right now. So the item is 12A, discussion and possible action for the Board of Trustees to consider approval of our student outcome goals, Goal 3 and Goal 4, our benchmark 2 results, the constraint CPM, CPM 1.1, and the discipline reports. Do I have a motion? Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Coach Cuellar. We'll go ahead and take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez.
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar.
Aye.
Trustee Castillo.
Just one comment, just for future presentations, if we could, when we're presenting on benchmark results, if we could have the benchmark one, so we could see the.
All right.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Trustee Trevino.
Aye.
Trustee Nieto.
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. And now we'll move on to item 13, closed meeting to discuss. 13A, Personnel Matters, Texas Government Code 551.074. 13A1, Discussion regarding Superintendent's recommendation on certified professional and non-contractual personnel. 13A2, Discussion regarding Superintendent's recommendation on resignations, retirements of certified personnel and non-contractual personnel. 13A3, Discussion and Action regarding Superintendent's recommendation for the position of Principal for Airport Elementary School. 13A4, Discussion and Action regarding Superintendent's recommendation for the position of Principal for Rodolfo Rudy Silva Elementary School. 13A5, Discussion and Action regarding Superintendent's recommendation for the position of Principal for Beatriz G. Garza Middle School. 13A6, Deliberation regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. Texas Government Code 551.074 and 551.071. And 13A6A, Discussion and Action regarding Superintendent's recommendation for proposal of renewal of letter of assurance for paraprofessional and auxiliary personnel for the 24-25 school year. 13B, Consultation with attorney regarding 1, pending or contemplated litigation, 2, settlement offer, or 3, a matter in which the duty of the attorney of the Weslaco ISD under the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code 551.071. It is 8:32 p.m. We will meet in closed session. It is 9:10 PM and we are reconvening an open meeting. We'll move on to 14A, possible action if necessary on items discussed in closed meeting. Number 1, discussion and possible action regarding superintendent's recommendation on employment or certified personnel and non-contractual personnel.
Have the list. Recommending approval.
Madam Board President, I make the motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation, but on that one employee, that Dr. Rivera, please make a decision at a later time, but the board delegates the authority to him.
Okay,
Second.
all right. We'll go ahead and take it to a vote. Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Coach Webb?
Aye.
Mr. Castillo?
Aye.
Mr. Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion passes. 14A2, discussion and possible action regarding superintendent's recommendation on retirements, certified professional and non-contractual personnel, and resignations.
Have the list. Recommending approval.
Motion?
Move to approve.
Second? By?
Second?
Okay. We'll go ahead and take it to a vote. Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Coach Cuellar?
Aye.
Mr. Castillo?
Aye.
Mr. Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
And Mr. De Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion passes. 14A3, discussion and possible action regarding superintendent's recommendation for the position of principal for Airport Elementary School. Dr. Rivera?
We had about 15, 16 applicants, and they're all highly qualified. And it's hard to make a pick on just 3. Again, the district has many talented people, and their time will come. But for right now, the committee, they submitted 5 names to me. And of these 5 names, I selected 3. So the principal at airport, my recommendation is after getting together with the committees, interviewing the individual, I'm recommending Efrain Reina to be at Airport Elementary.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Motion approved.
Second.
Okay, go ahead and take it to a vote. Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Coach Cuellar? Mr. Castillo?
Aye.
Mr. Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes for Dr. Reina, for Airport Elementary. Congratulations.
They're not here because they're not sure they're ever going to be approved.
Yeah,
So
correct.
we'll get them, we'll get them.
This is Ms. Guada's last board meeting, correct?
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
So I think, for Ms. Quadra, thank you for everything you've done. I know you won't see us anymore, but enjoy retirement.
Yes. Thank you.
enjoy your retirement.
Congratulations.
Blessings to you.
Congratulations.
There you go.
Awesome. Well, thank you for being here, ma'am. 14A4, discussion and possible action regarding superintendent's recommendation for the position of principal for Rodolfo Rudy Silva Elementary School.
Again, very qualified people, just a group well qualified. But I'm recommending Maria Moreno to be the principal at Rudy Silva Elementary.
Okay? We have a motion and a second by Mr. Nieto. We'll go ahead and take it to a vote. Dr. Rodriguez? Oh, sorry, Mr. De Los Santos. Dr. Rodriguez said aye.
Aye.
Mr. Castillo?
Aye.
Mr. Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations, Ms. Moreno. Maybe I'll just do all in favor aye. That's a lot faster, right? Okay. So 14A6, deliberation regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal. Oh, wait a minute.
No, one more.
I'm sorry. Oh, I forgot. Sorry. A5, discussion and possible action regarding superintendent's recommendation for the position of principal for Beatriz G. Garza Middle School.
Again, very good candidates. Hard to make a decision, but I'm recommending Melissa Mora Rodriguez to be the principal at Beatriz Garza Middle School.
So move to approve.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Well, that's a lot easier. And then 14A6A, discussion and possible action regarding superintendent's recommendation for proposal of renewal of letter of assurance for paraprofessional and auxiliary personnel for the 24-25 school year.
Motion approved.
Second.
Second.
We'll go ahead and take it to vote. If you approve, say aye.
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 And that makes everybody, motion passes. It is 9:15 and we are adjourned.